Tonight, we have 60 allegedly true ghost stories, haunted houses, ghost sightings, and much more. A huge thank you to everyone who either sent in a story or allowed me to share their story upon request. If you have a story of your own, it can be sent to my subreddit, reddit.com/r/slumberreads. Likes and comments are always appreciated if you enjoy. Also, I know this is a wild goal, but I'm trying to reach 100,000 subscribers. So if you are new here and enjoy this video, please consider subscribing. I usually post multiple videos a day, and I always work my hardest to bring the best and most consistent content I can. Enjoy the video. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. I've had a couple of experiences in my life, but there's always one that I like to bring up every now and then by a nice campfire. This one in particular pretty much creeped me out after I realized what I saw years later. A bit of background. So I'm a 28-year-old male who lives in BC, Canada. This experience had happened when I was about 9 years old. During the time we used to live by a heritage site, which was called the Pillith House. Google it. My family and pretty much the whole neighborhood used to refer to this house as Creepy Doll House every time we drove by or spoke of it. This experience had happened on a windy, somewhat rainy fall day. I was sick that day, so my mom made me stay home and not show up to school. At the time, it was only me and my mom at home. I had 2 older sisters that were in high school, and my dad was at work. My mom used to sew clothes for a living and worked from home a couple days during the week. Right outside the rear sliding door that exits the backyard, we built a small shed-like room area where my mom could sew and store her sewing machine, supplies, etc. She would be there a couple of hours a day and would check up on me when it was time for lunch, etc. On this particular day, it was a normal sick day for me, just like every other sick day. I woke up, had some cereal, and turned on the TV and watched some Barney while my mom was in the backyard sewing her clothes. The couch I was on was facing the TV, so my head was turned to the left. In front of me was a black glass fireplace with a reflection where my feet were facing. We also had a hallway that would lead up to the bedrooms where my head was pointing at. As I was watching Barney, I remember this pretty vividly. I noticed a dark figure with its knees bent, hunched over, and swaying side to side with its arms bent out in the reflection of the fireplace. This figure was dancing for a couple of seconds until I turned around to look down the hallway and nothing was there. It was almost as if it was mimicking what Barney was doing on TV. I wasn't frightened because I thought it could have been one of my siblings home for lunch, just screwing with me. I called out my siblings' names, but no one answered. I even ran down the hallway and checked out all the rooms, but again, no one was there. I ran out to get my mom and told her what happened, so we both came inside to look around the house, but it was empty. Here's the strangest part. Sometimes I'll leave this part out because it just makes it even more unbelievable. As we were coming out of the hallway, the front door slammed open, so I had to go downstairs and close and lock it. It was windy that day, but the door should have been locked. We didn't think much of it and sort of just brushed it off. Fast forward more than 10 years later. By this time, we had already moved out. My sister came to visit me and my parents and were talking over lunch. My sis had recently learned that her friend's dad works for the government and was assigned to take care and maintain the Pillith House. She only brought this up because the Pillith House, again, used to be right beside us. This would require him to stay a night so he could wake up and do yard work. Apparently, he had some frequent experiences in that house, such as random footsteps, knocking, but mostly someone jumping on his bed while he was trying to sleep. He was never bothered by it because it was so frequent. He mentioned that there was a spirit of a little boy and a man in that house. As she was telling this, I immediately connected the dots. I'm pretty sure I met the little boy, and it seemed like he just wanted to play. I remember at the time that it happened, I wasn't at all scared, but now that I think about it, it was a bit creepy. When I was in middle school, 7th grade, we lived in this house that had a basement that would not stay locked, even with a bolt lock. Every night, We would lock that basement door, and every morning, we would wake up to find it standing wide open. The basement was a dirt basement, so my mom had in the back of her head that someone was probably murdered in the house and then buried in our basement. But if that were true, none of us were going down there to find out. After all, my mother was a single mother of 2 young boys. In the room where the basement door was, you would often hear muffled voices, people having conversations, but they were always muffled, like they were far away or whispering. However, you could distinctly make out a male voice and a female voice. My mother was a nurse that worked night shifts at the local hospital, so on the weekends, I would always have a friend spend the night. On a Saturday night, while myself, my brother, and my friend were sitting in the living room playing Sega, yes, ages ago, we heard a woman scream coming from the room with the basement. My mother would go to work about 3 in the morning and work until about noon the following day, or sometimes later. So, when we heard the woman scream, it was about 4:30 a.m. on a weekend night, with just us boys alone in the house. Thus, after the scream, we quickly turned off the television and Sega and ran for my mother's room, where we all decided to sleep on her queen-size bed. While she was at work. The next morning, about 9 a.m., a few hours before my mother got home from work, my friend said that my mom came home last night, even though she was supposed to be at work. According to him, he woke up and seen a woman standing at my mother's bedroom door, and after he saw her standing there, she told him to go back to bed. Everything is okay. About 10 years later, during our family Christmas, we were all talking about the same house, with a creepy basement and its basement dwellers. Finally, after all those years, my mother revealed to my brother and I that she woke up several times to see someone standing at the doorway of her bedroom. She said she did not want to tell us because it would scare us. However, according to my mother, she saw several times a woman standing at her bedroom door. Gives me goosebumps. Earlier this year, I had a nightmare where I was in a church that resembled a Catholic church. Holy water bowls, stained glass windows, and the same type of altar and decor you would typically see. I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in any type of deity. In this church, there was an altar that was covered in candles and pictures and books. It seemed very demonic, along with pentagrams, and some of the pictures seemed to be of mutilated animals. Jars with, I'm not sure what, were also on the table. I picked up the pictures to look at them, and they were all people I did not recognize. On the back there were words that all appeared to be in Latin. I started smashing all the items on the table. This shit is all stupid. There's no such thing as the devil. I heard a female voice behind me. The voice reminded me of my sister. I turned around and there was a terrifying tunnel with the most awful sounds I've ever heard coming from it. It was huge and covered the entire back of the church. I was so frightened I woke up. Relieved that it was just a dream, suddenly I felt a weight around my midsection. This weight wrapped around me and started pulling me sideways toward the edge of the bed. In my head I remember thinking, this isn't real, this can't be real, snap out of it, wake up. I was frozen, I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. My husband was not in bed with me yet, and I tried desperately to reach out and smack the lamp off my side table. My mouth felt like it was glued shut, and for a second my mind raced. What if demons are real? What is happening to me? Suddenly I woke up and snapped out of it, but I was still at the edge of the bed. I'm not sure if this was a double nightmare or something more sinister. It is definitely something that I hope to never experience again. I've only told this story to a handful of people. It's something I think about regularly, and have wanted to share for just under a decade. Every summer, my grandparents would go on a cruise. They had both worked incredibly hard their entire lives, and in retirement would treat themselves to a couple of holidays a year. They had a lovely home that I'd spent every Saturday night at as a child. Every summer, they went on their cruise. They would ask me to stay and look after their dog. I loved it. I was in my early 20s and still lived at home with my parents. This was a chance for a bit of independence and have the house to myself. I'd done it for a few years up until this point. and instead of throwing parties with my friends, which I had previously done, I was looking forward to spending some time with my girlfriend and chilling out. My grandparents filled the fridge with my favorite foods, always left me a bit of spending money, and my granddad would always leave me a crate of beer in the garage. Awesome. The first night, me and my then girlfriend didn't do anything special. We loved the freedom and loved that we were going to get to spend a full 2 weeks together by ourselves. We watched a movie and decided we were going to bed. While she was in the bathroom, all the power cut in the house. Nothing out of the ordinary. I went into the kitchen, found the switchboard, and boom, there was light. We got in bed, put the telly on. I used to not be able to sleep without the TV on. I'll explain more later, and went to sleep. I remember waking up and there was screaming coming from the TV. I looked at the dressing table clock and saw that the time was 3:33. Incredibly cliche, I know, but true. I immediately laughed it off and dozed back to sleep. The next day, we both went to work and both returned to my grandparents' house in the early evening. We chilled out doing what young couples do and decided it was time to go to bed. Before I went to bed, though, I'd always let Bonnie out, my grandparents' dog, to go and do her business on the back garden. My grandparents' back door led onto a conservatory, which then led onto a patio, which then led onto the back garden. I unlocked the back door, turned on the lights of the conservatory and patio, and moved towards the conservatory door. Bonnie didn't move from the back door. After a bit of convincing with rich tea biscuits, I managed to convince her to the conservatory. There was no way I wasn't letting her out and having to scrape up dog poop the following morning. I unlocked the conservatory door onto the patio, and before I had chance to fully open the door, there was a large thud that came from the conservatory window on my right. I stood frozen for what felt like an hour. I calmly closed the door and stood in shock, wondering what it could be. I wasn't scared at this point, just incredibly startled. I looked down at Bonnie, who was staring up at me, and decided it would be fine if she did her business in the house that night. I went to bed with my heart still pounding, but didn't mention it to my girlfriend. I awoke again the next night with someone on the television screaming at 3:33. The next day was my day off from work. My girlfriend was working though. I had the house to myself. I had nothing special planned. I was just going to chill out and play some PlayStation. I pretty much shrugged off the thud ordeal in the conservatory from the night before. Bonnie hadn't left any presents for me, but she did run the fastest I've ever seen her run out into the back garden when I opened the doors that morning. I couldn't stop thinking about being woken up at 3:33 for 2 consecutive nights. I wondered what the consequences of it happening 3 times might be. I laughed it off again and tried to enjoy the rest of my day off. Mid-afternoon, I received a phone call from my girlfriend telling me that her car had broken down while at work. This was a huge bummer because we lived over 70 miles apart, and I knew that I wasn't going to be able to see her for a while until it was fixed. She apologized that she wouldn't be able to stay with me while I was dog sitting, but I told her not to be daft and that we'll see each other again soon. That afternoon, I went for a shower. I was just lathering myself up when I heard the phone ring. I let it ring knowing that if it's important, it'll go to the answering machine and I can ring them back. The ringing stopped and immediately began once again. I thought that it must be important, so I ran out the shower, suds and all, to grab the phone. When I answered, no one was there. Just silence. No dial tone. Someone was on the line, but not talking. I must have said hello a dozen times before the line cut dead, and the second it did, the doorbell rang. Now, I was in a precarious position. I'd ran out the shower full-blown naked to answer the phone, not taking a towel with me. The phone I'd answered was in the kitchen, and the front door was at the end of the hallway on my right. I sheepishly stuck my head around the corner towards the front door to see who it was. There was no one there. Only a couple seconds had passed by, but whoever had rung the doorbell had already gone. I wasn't scared or concerned as it was broad daylight. I got back in the shower and within a minute the phone rang and the doorbell were ringing at the same time. I immediately got out of the shower, wrapped myself up in a towel, and headed for the door. No one was there. The phone had stopped ringing the second I left the shower. I carried on with the rest of my day, and that night, I didn't wake up at all. Much to my relief. The next day I was in the living room watching television. I was sat in my granddad's electric reclining chair. It was a comfy beast. It was placed in the far left corner of the living room with the TV in the far right. On the left of the chair was the window looking out towards the street. The window was huge. It was actually 3 separate windows, with a beautiful pattern running through all 3. While I was watching television, the doorbell rang. This was quite strange as my grandparents lived in the corner of a cul-de-sac, and if anyone had driven or walked to the door, I would have seen them. I didn't think much of it as I must have been engrossed in whatever rubbish I'd been watching. Bonnie was up on all 4s in the hallway staring at the door. I thought that maybe it was my auntie making sure I'd not burn the house down. When I got to the door, no one was there. Again. Now I was becoming a little more distressed, and being by myself was making it worse. I thought that maybe it was burglars scoping the place out, seeing if anyone was home. That night, just before bed, I went to let Bonnie out. I opened the back door, turned on the lights to the conservatory and patio, and opened the conservatory door. To my horror, on the patio was a mangled bird. It had no head, and the left side of its body had been torn off by something. What shocked me the most was that it was still walking about. I didn't know what to do, so I rang my girlfriend. I was explaining to her what I'd seen, and when I looked back onto the patio, the bird was gone. I went outside to check to see if I could find it, but it had buggered off like it was never there. I decided that Bonnie could do her business in the house again, if she must. At this point, it was all becoming a little too much for me. I spoke to my auntie and asked if my cousin and his girlfriend wanted a dog sit instead. I explained that my girlfriend couldn't stay anymore anyway, and that they'd probably appreciate the time alone. They obviously jumped at the chance. Cowardice, I know. That night I went home and thought that it would now all be over. I was wrong. Dead wrong. A few days after, I got back into my comfort zone and was just watching TV in my bedroom, when out of nowhere there was 2 loud strums on my acoustic guitar. I sat there in disbelief for a moment, but then decided I'd had enough. I asked whoever did it to do it again. The hairs on my arms rose with anticipation and fear. I asked multiple times, but nothing. I decided it's probably best I went downstairs where my sister and mom were. As I went downstairs, I heard the guitar fall over. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what had happened for fear of them thinking I'm nuts. Another few days had gone by at this point, and I was exhausted. Even though nothing serious had happened, and I'd not seen anything, I felt like I was going crazy. I decided that it's probably best that I have an early night. I put the television on for background noise and faced the wall. Within seconds, I heard the television shut off, followed by heavy breathing. I laid with my eyes shut, terrified as I heard the breathing get closer. It was deliberate and calculated. Each step it got closer, the louder the breathing got. I was frozen in fright. As it approached the bed, I could feel its breath on the back of my head. Every hair on my body stood up as I could feel whatever it was lurking over my body. A few agonizing silent seconds passed, followed by a gigantic roar in my ear. I jumped to my feet from a laid-down position, something that I don't think I'll ever be able to do again. I stood there breathless and pouring in sweat. I was absolutely terrified. I looked at my clock and saw that it was 2:15 in the morning. I'd gone to sleep around 9ish. What felt like seconds had actually been hours. Scared to go back to sleep, I tiptoed downstairs not to wake anyone, but to my surprise, all the lights were on. I walked into the living room and my mom was awake having a cigarette. I asked what she was doing up so late, and she explained to me that she just had a horrible dream in which me, my sister, her and my stepdad all awoke in the middle of the night because things were floating around the house. We'd all gained telekinetic powers and could control anything within the house. I laughed along as she explained the ludicrous dream until she got to the end. At the end of the dream, we were all downstairs dumbfounded as to what was going off around us, and then we all heard a terrifying roar come from upstairs. We crept as a family up the stairs, following the sounds from above. As we got to the top, it was apparent that the sounds were coming from my room. We went in together and all gasped as we saw a demonic hand open the hatch to the attic. That's when she woke up and the dream ended. I didn't share my dream. Later that morning, I became so tired that I could resist sleep no longer and got back into bed. Looking at the hatch that led to the attic, I dreamt that something was trying to pull me out of my bed by my feet, and when I awoke the next morning, my right foot was covered in scratches. The events had really begun to take a toll on my mental well-being. I dared not sleep, and I didn't want to be left alone. I dreaded coming home from work, but over another few more days without incident, I was starting to feel a bit better and less like a nutter. I was at home with my mom playing some PlayStation in my room when my mom asked if I wanted anything from the shop. I told her I was fine, and she didn't think anything of it when she left. The second she left, there was a loud bang that came from her room. At this point, I'd had enough. Just like when my guitar had played, I encouraged it to do it again. This time, it immediately responded with 2 large bangs. I rose up from my chair and walked onto the landing where all the bedrooms met. I stood there staring intently into my mother's bedroom. It was pitch black. I asked it to do it again. This time, nothing. I walked into her room and turned on her light to see books laid out across the floor. Obviously the cause of the noises I'd heard. I stood in the middle of the room and dared them to do it again. A madman talking to himself in his parents' bedroom. Nothing. I'd had my fill of whatever been happening to me and decided that enough was enough. I told them exactly what I thought of them, using every expletive that I could think of. Some manic, crazed lunatic screaming at the abyss, telling them to fuck off. A few minutes later, my mother came back from the shop. I went downstairs and explained everything that I'd gone through over the last couple of weeks. She patiently listened to me, and it felt great to get this nightmarish burden off of my chest. When I finished, she told me that her, my stepdad, and sister have always feared my bedroom, and it's always made them feel uneasy to enter when I'm not there. She also told me a story while I was at my grandparents'. Her and my stepdad had had an argument, so my dad had decided to sleep in my bed, but he hurriedly ran back to their room as something had pushed him while he was trying to sleep. She also told me that the reason I slept with the TV on is because when I was a child my actual dad passed away, and my granddad told me that my dad would come to visit me while I was sleeping. Instead of this being comforting though, it terrified me, so I could never sleep in the dark. Since that day, I've never had any more experiences. I still regularly visit my grandparents at their home, as they're still going strong in their 80s, and I check back in just as much with the parents. My room is exactly the way as when I left. No one dare enter when I'm not there. I was surprised that when I moved out years ago, my sister never took it because her bedroom was tiny, but the unnerving presence she feels toward it is too much for her. I know this was long, mega long, and I truly appreciate you for reading it. I've wanted to tell people this story for years, but was worried what people might think. Has anyone ever had a one-off experience like this? Was it all just a series of strange events strung together? Or was it something more menacing? I lived it, and I've no bloody idea. Anyways, thanks again, and take care, guys. About 14 years ago, I had a terrible experience with a ghost. Since I was in high school, I had a few encounters and was always fascinated by them. However, my last experience was absolutely terrifying, and I often recall the event. I worked in a retail store in a mall and was leaning against a counter. There were no customers in the store at the time. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a woman enter the store. I turned to look at her and immediately recognized that she wasn't living. She was partially transparent, almost splotchy in some areas, if that makes sense. I remember her being beautiful with dark hair and medium skin. I don't remember what she was wearing. Then, there was a sudden shift in her appearance. Her eyes looked like they rotted out, turning completely black. Not just her eyeballs, but the whole socket from brow to cheekbone. Her hair also changed to flames. It was so scary. Then she charged at me. I didn't feel anything, but she disappeared when she got to me, almost like passing through me. Seriously scary. This encounter has frightened me, and over the years, the memory has come back, like right now, and I'm left feeling uneasy and wondering what she was and why she did that. I've never seen a ghost change or act like that. I wanted to reach out to see if anyone has any thoughts or ideas to what she was. I'd like to finally have some answers, and possibly some closure. I'm 40 years old, and I've had paranormal experiences throughout my entire life. I definitely do not go looking for them. Other people around me have also experienced them as well, but I seem to be the draw, which terrifies me. We moved into our dream home a year ago, and it's very large and includes 3 floors, an attic, and finished basement, which we made into a game room for our 2 children, 9 and 5. Due to past experiences, I convinced my husband to let me have a priest come in and bless our home, and I did just that. He came through, prayed and sprayed holy water over every inch of our home. I felt relieved, and all seemed to be well for the first 9 months or so. Then things began to happen. They seemed to be centered in the basement. Why the basement all the time? Do ghosts like basements? Anyway, when my kids were playing downstairs, they started running up the stairs telling me they heard something, or saw something, or even had things thrown at them. This was out of nowhere, and I've never spoken of anything paranormal related around them ever. Then the basement, which always seemed light and airy, seemed to change, and take on a thicker feel, if that makes sense. We started hearing loud sounds coming from the basement at night as well. The family that lived here before us had 2 wooden toy boxes built into the wall. They have very heavy lids that you have to lift and close gently, or the weight of the lid will cause a loud slamming sound. It's a very distinct sound that echoes through the house and can be heard everywhere, and due to its weight, it cannot stay open on its own. If opened, it will immediately close on its own if not gently closed. We often yell at the kids if they slam it. But then it started, anywhere from 2 to 4:15 a.m. You will hear the lid slam. It scares the shit out of us. When my husband checks, of course there is nothing amiss. The TV down there also turns on and off on its own, and the doors that go to the back of the basement are open on occasion, when no one has been down there. My husband witnesses all of this as well, but just kind of scratches his head and lets it go. I don't know what to do at this point. I guess I'm looking for advice. Why does this stuff happen to me? Is there anything I can do? I know some people think it's nonsense, but when it happens to you, it's terrifying. I started my new job at Will Rogers Airport. I say new job, but I was really just moved to a different airline and working in the same ramp agent position. Now, I have to tell you that I have a crippling fear of heights, and my least favorite part of being a ramp agent is when I have to climb in the cargo bin on a rear loading plane because it's about 20 feet above the ground. This particular night was a strange mix of a few factors, creating an uneasy feeling. The first ambient setting condition, as it was raining. Not just light raining, but pouring rain with a few scattered lightning flashes and random power surges. Every now and then we have dead bodies transported in the cargo bins. This was one of those occasions, and tonight was my lucky night apparently because my manager told me I was throwing this plane. Throwing, meaning I was pulling the cargo out of the bin. It was the last plane for the night, and wasn't very much cargo beside the body. My coworker John pulled the ramp loader to the plane, and raised it up so I can walk up the conveyor belt to enter the bin. About 4 other coworkers come over with a baggage tug for the cargo. I say to everyone in a louder than normal tone, because the rain was loudly smacking the metal shell of the airplane, I hope y'all are ready. I'm not trying to be in there all night. John laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. Maybe you can make a new friend in there," in reference to the body. I didn't think it was funny, but I chuckled and told him to shut up, and let's get going. I climbed into the small and cramped space, and sat in the bin as far from the human-sized white cardboard boxes as I could, and pulled my phone out of my pocket to select a playlist to listen to. While I throw the bin, I find a good one, and I start working. The conveyor belt moves at a snail's pace, and you have to wait until they can scan each individual package, so I can't just throw them as fast as I want to get out of there. About 10 minutes into it, I'm getting closer and closer to this box, and my music stops playing. I've had earbuds that short out when they get wet, so in the front of my mind, I automatically assumed that rain somehow got on them, and I just needed to shake a little water out of them, but they were bone dry. I checked Spotify to see if it was a glitch or a problem with the app, and I see I have an unread text. Did I get a notification and forget in the midst of my rap-fueled baggage handling? The way my phone is set up is when I get a message, it will tell you who it is from, but it won't display the message. You have to access them to read it. The message was from an unknown number, which was odd because very few people have my number to begin with. I clicked the notification to read the message, and all it said was hi. I sent a text back saying, hey, who is this? My phone displayed that whoever sent the message saw mine immediately after it sent. I waited, and no response. I started my playlist back up and got back to my job. Shortly after, a crash of thunder that was so loud the plane shook made me jump at first, but I quickly rationalized it and returned to work. I noticed the conveyor belt was no longer moving. I yelled to John, "What the hell is going on out there? Why did it stop?" John replied, "Damn thing ran out of gas. We're going to take this load of cargo to drop off while we get another loader over here. Sit tight." I think to myself, where else am I going to go? About 1 minute later, it got cold, like I could see my breath cold. I wrote it off as just a cold front and reach over for some stranger's luggage to lean on while I wait. As I look over for a bag to grab, lightning went across the sky, and I saw a quick flash of a little boy, 11, maybe 12 years old, sitting on the white box, staring at me with this eerily happy smile, and his head turned slightly to the side. My heart sunk, and I froze, never taking my eyes off that box for what felt like hours. I was startled by the replacement conveyor belt starting up right next to the plane. I darted to the moving conveyor, crawling as fast as I could, trying to keep my balance and panic at the same time. I hit the ground and looked at John and said, "Nope, I'm done. You're going to have to go in there." I didn't want to explain exactly what I saw, but John knew something scared me shitless. He asked me, "What's wrong? Who was it?" I stuttered and walked away before I could say anything. Then I got a new text message, notification, that I heard loud and clear this time. A response from the unknown sender saying, "It's your new friend." I'll start off with explaining my family and living situation. My wife and I have 3 children. Her daughter who is 7, my son who is 9, and her son who is 10. We don't have any children together. My wife and I share a bedroom, her daughter has her own room, and our boys share a room with a bunk bed. Her son sleeps on the bottom bunk, and my son sleeps on the top bunk. They are all 3 with us full time and visit their other parents every other weekend. My son has always had some behavioral issues that stemmed from us living with my parents for some time, and the things they allowed him to get away with when they were watching him. I feel as if I'm also to blame for some of his issues, because I'm not a super loving, affectionate person, and I believe that every child needs that from their parents. When my wife and I first started dating, my son got along great with her 2 children, aside from some jealousy and selfishness traits that came from being an only child. But as the relationship progressed, the 2 boys started butting heads a bit more. For the past few weeks, my son has been calling my stepson an idiot multiple times a day. He gets in trouble for doing this, and when asked why he chose to call names, he says he doesn't know and tears up like he's confused. He's always been staring and glaring at my wife with a blank expression that makes her feel extremely uncomfortable, and he's also lunged at her a few times in a threatening manner. My son has never done these things before, and it just seemed like it started to happen out of nowhere. We have him in counseling and are working to resolve these issues. Before I get into explaining the events that we experienced last night, I want to explain the one previous experience we had in our bedroom. My wife and I were laying in bed one night. I was asleep and she was awake. She started nudging me, which woke me up, and told me that she was seeing a shadow figure in the corner of our bedroom. I looked and didn't see it at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see it as well. It was a dark, translucent figure that stood maybe 5.5 to 6 feet tall, and it was just standing in the corner of our bedroom. We stared at it for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and it started to fade away until it disappeared completely. Neither of us felt threatened or unsafe, but we were definitely creeped out. That was about 2 years ago, and we haven't had anything else happen until last night. Fast forward to last night. We were playing a video game online, Call of Duty, with my sister, her boyfriend, and a couple of their friends. It was around 7:30 and I started to feel dizzy and nauseous, so I told her I was going to head to bed. She woke me up around 9:30 to smoke a cigarette with her, but I started to feel dizzy and nauseous again, so I headed back to bed. I laid there for a while, unable to sleep, and started to get cold chills and goosebumps and had an uneasy feeling. My wife came to bed around 11 and fell asleep pretty quickly, but I was still unable to sleep. I laid in bed for what I assumed was about half an hour and started to hear thumping and tapping around our house. Some noises were in our bedroom. Some sounded like they came from our kitchen. Some from the kids' bedrooms, etc. I then heard what sounded like one of our kids walk down the hallway and into the hallway bathroom and slam the door. I thought that was odd because none of our kids slam doors, and they usually don't wake up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I started to hear light talking, whimpering almost, and then I heard a female voice say my name. "Do you want to go do that thing?" I thought it was my wife asking me to go smoke, so I attempted to roll over and ask her why, but I was unable to move or talk. I started to think that I was experiencing sleep paralysis, which I've never had before, but I knew that I was definitely awake. I thought about some things I've read on Reddit and other places online about commanding spirits and entities to leave my home, leave me alone, etc. I was finally able to say, "Leave me alone," and when I did, I saw a light flash in our bedroom window and saw something drop from about shoulder height onto the floor, which made a loud thump sound. It reminded me of someone dropping a cell phone or a TV remote. I started to freak out but was finally able to move, so I shook my wife's arm and woke her up. I told her, turn on her phone light, and nothing was there. I got up and turned on our bedroom light to start looking for whatever was dropped, and once again, nothing was there. I explained what happened to my wife, and she was obviously scared at this point. We laid in bed for a few minutes and started to hear thumping noises coming from the boys' room, where all three of our children were sleeping, so I got up, turned their light on, and checked on them, but they were asleep. I laid back in bed, and a few minutes later we heard something fall in the boys' bedroom again. Got up, turned the lights back on, and saw that a book had fallen off the top bunk onto the floor, but the book was open, face down on the floor. Think of it as an A with the spine facing up, and the 4 edges of the book touching the floor. Our 2 children woke up when I was about to leave the room, and followed me to our bedroom, so we let them sleep on the floor. I must have fallen back asleep, but a few minutes later, I awoke to my wife hyperventilating, and she said that she had looked to the same corner of our room and saw the figure again, but this time it was standing over her 2 children in the middle of the room. I looked but couldn't see it, and she said it had vanished again. We heard a few more thumps and thuds throughout the night, but nothing else happened that I would consider extreme. My wife seems to think something may have attached to or possessed my son, taking his behavior into account, and I'm scared for the safety of my son and my family in general. Our neighbor is the pastor of our local church, and I'm going to speak with him after work tonight to see if he is willing to come bless our home and see what his thoughts are. But at this time, we are scared to go back to our home because of what happened last night. Update. We invited the pastor over last night. He read a few scriptures, rubbed anointment oil on every door and doorpost, commanded any entities that may be inhabiting our home to leave, and said a few prayers with us. He explained that bad and or evil entities have no power over us, and that if something else happened to make its way into our home, to command it to leave in the name of Jesus. I'm not a super religious person, but I have no doubts that there is a God and a devil. Nothing happened overnight, and we all slept very peacefully. I feel much better being in our home now. I have innumerable wonderful memories of my grandparents' house growing up, and it is still one of my favorite places to visit. The memory I have written here, however, I'm still unsure about. This is the story of the spirit that haunts my grandparents' house. The house itself is almost too typical for a spooky story, but in this case, the cliché holds true. It's an old farmhouse in rural Illinois. It sits on 100 acres of my family's land. Most of it is either fields of corn or soybeans, depending on the year, but some of it is also pasture land for a pair of my grandmother's horses, a small farm pond, forests, a creek, and patches of vineyards. Now the vineyards make my grandparents sound rich, but that cliche does not hold true in this case. It isn't a large vineyard. There's also a barn, machine shed, a disused hog building, and garage near the house. The house was built over 100 years ago. Originally, my grandmother tells me, the dining room and cellar beneath it were built as a frontier post office in the Pony Express days. Later, my great-great-grandfather and his family would immigrate from Europe and add on to the structure to build the house and farm buildings as they stand today. with the exception of the original barn and corn crib, which were consumed by a catastrophic fire in the early 1990s. This was always my favorite place in the world growing up. Of course, everyone loves their grandparents' house as a kid, who grew up in a more suburban environment, who craved adventure and the outdoors. The farm was so much more appealing to me. My grandparents and I were, and still are, very close. I spent a lot of time here growing up, which is why I have come to know it so well. Every creak in the floorboards, every groan of the house on a windy day, the howl of coyotes at night, and the dank smell of the leaky cellar. Despite the fact that I know this place like the back of my hand, and holding it in a special place in my heart, there is, and always has been, something about it that made me feel uneasy when I was upstairs, or was alone in the house. One room in particular gave me an intense feeling I was being watched. Now, you might be thinking I have read too many ghost stories, or watched too many horror movies, as this sounds so typical, but this started when I was very young, before my parents ever allowed me to watch something scarier than a classic Disney movie. Those ideas just weren't in my brain yet. The room that made me uncomfortable was what always referred to as Drew's room. Even though my mother, aunt, and 3 uncles had moved out of the house, they still had some sort of small claim over the bedrooms. Every time I went in this room, I felt eyes on me. It didn't help that there were black and white and sepia-colored photographs of long-dead relatives on the wall, and even an old doll of my aunt's that was always sitting in an old wooden chair. But I somehow knew that it wasn't just the photos and the doll watching me, however spooky they were. It was something else. I would always leave that room as quickly as I could when I had to go in there. The feeling of an invisible person being near me is just enough to trigger my flight response. Fighting isn't much of an option if you can't see what is causing the feeling of danger. When I was younger, my family lived in another town 3 hours away from my grandparents, so we would stay over for Christmas. One year, when I was about 5 or 6, and my brother was still a toddler, my dad and I ended up sharing Drew's room on Christmas Eve, while my mom and brother stayed in another room. I slept on the floor that night in a sleeping bag, while my dad slept on the old twin bed. I couldn't sleep for what seemed like the whole night in my little mind. I was frozen, not daring to move. I couldn't decide if I felt safer with eyes open or closed, and switched between the 2 defense strategies repeatedly. Something or someone was watching. I awoke the next morning and dashed out of the room. The excitement of Christmas held back the creepy feeling in the morning sunlight, but I will never forget that Christmas Eve. The feeling that someone else was there continued into my adolescent years. One day, when I was at the house and chatting with my grandmother, we somehow ended up on the topic of ghosts. My family is Catholic, and we tend to believe in spirits or lost souls. If I remember correctly, we might have been talking about my grandma, and I's theory of that ghosts are souls in purgatory who have not made it to heaven yet. In this conversation, I saw my chance to ask about the room upstairs that had creeped me out all these years. I told her that I always felt like I was being watched in that room, ever since I was little. Without hesitation, and with the utmost seriousness, she said that room was where my grandfather's uncle had died of a heart attack. The topic came up again later when my grandfather came in from the machine shed, and he told me he remembers his uncle dying upstairs when he was a boy, and that he can still remember his family carrying his uncle's lifeless body on a chair down the stairs, because a stretcher couldn't make the sharp curve on the narrow staircase. The case was solved. I knew it had to be my grandfather's uncle up there, watching me all those years. Ever since then, even though I don't like the feeling of invisible eyes on me, I have liked to think he watches over our family in a benign way, making sure we are all okay. At least, I hope that's what it is. From 5 years old up until 12 years old, I used to hear and see spirits. Our old apartment was haunted and all of us siblings were used to it growing up, but only realized it when we moved to a different house and all of the weird noises and voices and odd occurrences stopped. I remember all of us freaking out when I opened up with the conversation. Do you guys remember when doors would shut without anyone doing it? Nor any wind inside the house? Do you guys remember the stairs making sounds like someone was going up and down them? That's when we all started sharing our own stories. Then we all realized that I was the one who experienced the most when I started telling them examples after examples. I'll share 3 memories that I still remember vividly. When I was 5 or 6, I was seated on our couch getting ready for my regular doctor visits. My mom is a nurse and she takes health and wellness seriously. My mom was facing towards me, putting on my socks, and I was facing the stairs. Our stairs at our old apartment was L-shaped, and it cuts off as it goes past the ceiling. It creates a shadow around the area of it cutting off past the ceiling. Sorry if I'm confusing you. It's hard to describe the layout. As my mom was putting on my socks, I remember pointing towards the stairs. I asked her who the old man standing over there is. My mom turned around and looked at the spot I was pointing, and she told me that no one's there. I was confused because I can see a man standing, looking down at us. His face was bloody with a bloody cloth covering half his face. He had a beard and was staring at us. I remember not being scared, but more curious. He didn't look malevolent. I kept pointing and my mom told me to describe what he looked like, and I told her what I was seeing. My mom told me that he reminded her of her uncle, who got assassinated while he was gardening at his home. This is a crazy story, but a different topic. He was shot in the face and died in the hospital, which was not too long ago, but before I was born. She confirmed this story years later and it still creeps her out whenever we talk about it. I think he was checking up on us. Maybe wanted to say hi. Rest in peace. Years later, maybe around 10, I was alone in my room. We had a bunk bed because I shared my room with my older brother. The bunk bed was made of metal and had a mesh design underneath the mattress. My brother's spot was the bottom, and whenever he sits on his bed, the metal mesh makes a squeaky sound or rusty sound. He always drops down in his bed and never sits on it slow, giving a quick squeaky sound. I don't know how exactly to describe it. So hearing it on a daily basis, I'm familiar with it. One day I was just chilling on my desk and my CD player stopped playing after playing the whole album. It was just dead silent. I was sketching something, so I wasn't really bothered by the silence. All of a sudden, I heard my brother's bunk bed make the squeaky sound, but it was very, very slow, like someone was pushing down or sitting down really slow. I immediately froze and I was trying to process what was happening. I started deducing in my mind. I'm alone. My brother is still in his ROTC, and there's no one else in the room beside me. When I realized that, it must be something else. I gathered my nerves and told the ghost that I'm scared of ghosts and I hope he, she, it, or whatever doesn't show themselves. The squeaking stopped and I remembered trembling. I decided it was the moment. I bolted out of the room, didn't even bother glancing toward the bed. I was scared and was screaming as I sprinted down the stairs. I told my parents that there's a ghost in the room, and my parents told me they don't exist, and that it was just my imagination. Despite telling them every detail of the story, to no avail. They simply reminded me it must have been something natural like wood creaking, or the wind, or the neighbors. I'm 100% sure it was the bed. I know that creaking sound and it was very close. Not muffled like it was beyond the walls of our room or from the outside. It was right behind me. It was coming from our bunk bed. Also, how would it make that sound if it's not from someone or something actually sitting or laying on the bed? This memory still gives me the shivers. My last memory of a ghost encounter was the year before we moved. I was 12 at this time, and it happened in the middle of the night. It was an uncommon occurrence for me to wake up in the middle of the night. This particular night was the scariest night of my life, and I get a weird feeling in my stomach whenever I think about it. It's not really anything big like Hollywood level scary, but the sheer terror that I felt is imprinted in my memory. So I remember waking up in the middle of the night, for some reason, and I was just staring at the ceiling, trying to go back to sleep. I was probably half awake at this point, and all of a sudden, I felt like there's someone right beside my bed, like a presence. So I'm on the top bunk of our bunk bed and I just felt someone was standing beside the bed. I remember my heart started beating fast, and I immediately went fully awake and my body just got stiff from this uneasy feeling. Mind you, it wasn't a sleep paralysis episode, because I could move and was actually comfortable when I woke up. So I decided to gather my strength and look to my right, because I really wanted to know if there was anyone beside my bed. Out of curiosity, as I looked to my right, I saw 4 figures wearing black, like funeral home attire, looking down on me. They were tall because even though I was on the top bunk, they were looking down. Their faces were blurry, but they were anthropomorphic. I could tell that there were 3 males and 1 female. I stared right back at them, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing, as it finally clicked in my head that they're ghosts or spirits. I screamed and grabbed a pillow and placed it on top of my head as I pivoted away from them. I was crying and was purely terrified. I started praying and hoping they won't touch me or come close. I remember repeating the Apostles' Creed, prayer for St. Michael, Hail Mary, and glory be. I was raised Catholic. I was chanting these prayers under my breath until I fell asleep. I woke up the next day. It was nice and sunny, and they were gone. I'm just having goosebumps as I'm typing this. I'll start off by saying that when it comes to ghosts or similar things, I keep an open mind but always think of a logical or grounded explanation. I cannot say that ghosts and other odd things don't exist, but I can't say that they certainly do. But for what's happened to me, I have no logical explanation. Apparently when I was younger, roughly 2 or 3, I would frequently talk about seeing my recently deceased grandpa, Mom's dad. My mother would tell me that I would see him in my room in the middle of the night occasionally. One time, I even walked downstairs to open the front door for him, as if he was leaving from a visit. I don't remember this happening, but I can remember the first time seeing him and telling my mother. It was just a few days after he died, and it disturbed my mother greatly. I'd chalk it up to just a kid's imagination, or just a very vivid dream, but still, I thought it may be important for what I'm primarily concerned about. When I was about 11, 9 years ago, I would frequently wake up to bruises and scratches on me, but as an active and sport-playing kid, I figured I just didn't notice them earlier. A few months later, I woke one weekend to my alarm going off. I was lying on my stomach with a pillow over my head, so I could only see my phone going off on the table next to me. I let the alarm go for a bit since I was too tired to actually get up and turn it off. When all of a sudden, I get this painful force on my back as if someone punched me. Immediately after, I felt this slight stinging sensation across my back, similar to the feeling when you scrape your leg on a metal fence. I laid there, still, unmoving, and terrified. The punch feeling angered me, but the scrape confused and scared me. No one in my house ever hit me or hurt me, only playfully, and that was still rare. What I experienced felt like, whatever it was angry, and intended to hurt me just enough to scare me. After a few seconds of laying there terrified, my door loudly slammed shut. A few minutes went by before I swallowed my fright and got out of bed. My back was aching, with both a blunt and sharp pain. My door was locked. I had never locked it at night, so that confused me. I then went to the bathroom to look at my back. When I did, I was shocked. There was a small bruise, but diagonally across my back, there were scratch marks. They were spread apart, as if it was done by something fairly large. The most confusing part to me was the scratch marks looked days old, but I swear they weren't there the night before. I thought that maybe I angered a family member for not shutting off my alarm, but after checking all around the house, no one was home except for my black lab, asleep in the basement. About 20 minutes later, my dad and everyone else arrived home. I told them what happened, and they said I must have been dreaming, or half asleep at the very least. Normally I would agree with them, but those scratches, they look like claw marks. The marks were not light. They weren't too deep, but deep enough that I would have felt enough pain to take notice. So it wasn't like it was one of those random sport injuries that seemingly show up. This was too precise, too odd to just be a random scratch from playing. It was 3 claw marks going the entire length diagonally across my back. I had no rips in my shirt I was wearing, no blood. After that, nothing happened for quite some time. As of 2 years ago, I started experiencing sleep paralysis far more severe than I ever have. I would wake up with random cuts and bruises, and since I was concussed, I was not doing much of anything physically. It got to the point where I bought a Bowie knife to keep under my pillow at night to bring me some small comfort. After a few months, maybe about 5 months, the vivid nightmares, sleep paralysis, night sweats, waking up from what felt like loss of breath, the cuts and bruises all stopped. I haven't talked to anyone about this out of fear that my family would think I'm a bit crazy, as well as I didn't want them to worry. The more recent experiences I thought would possibly be caused by my concussion, but the things that have happened feel way too weird to not have explained. Thank you for anyone that has read all of this. I hope I can get an explanation of what's been going on and what can help. This experience is one I share with my sister. The beginnings of it are a bit hazy, I'll admit. For whatever reason, I was sleeping in my sister's room. I think we may have watched a scary movie and I was too chicken to sleep in my own room. Needless to say, I don't remember why I was in there, but that's where the story takes place. We're sitting on our bed around 1 a.m. We had a dog that slept in my sister's room at the time, so he was there too. Parker, the dog, had fallen asleep, so we were trying to not wake him up. He's loud when he's rowdy, so we're just playing on our phones, showing each other videos, cracking jokes, the usual. We had to be quiet because both parents were in bed, and it was a weeknight. I think we were on some school break. I'm not 100% sure though. After a while of nothing interesting happening, Parker shoots his head up. My sister and I are both caught off guard. We stop what we're doing and listen to see what woke him up. We don't hear anything in the hall and turn our attention back to our phones. Parker is still staring at the door a few minutes after we stop paying attention. My sister tries to get his attention so he would lay back down and go to sleep. She has no luck getting Parker to even acknowledge that she's there, let alone responding to his name or pets. After a few more minutes of him staring the door down and my sister trying to get his attention, something happens. The doorknob was a bit loose in the door. Years of kids grabbing and pulling will do that to a doorknob. It looked and sounded like someone was on the other side of the door wiggling the knob up and down extremely fast. Parker hears and sees this and goes nuts. He jumps off the bed, gets between the door and the bed. We're still sitting on it at this point, and is just snapping and snarling in a way that we've never, ever heard from him before. It was honestly terrifying. My sister and I were completely frozen. We didn't know what to do. Parker was showing all the signs of a dog in full-on aggression mode. His ears were back, his hackles were raised, and it looked like he was trembling. I thought at the time that maybe he was so angry, he was shaking, but looking back, I honestly think he was trembling out of fear. Of course, because it was 1 a.m. on a weeknight, it took my parents about 3 seconds to get out of bed and come storming into the room. My dad throws open the door and starts yelling at everyone. He thought we got Parker started. He soon realizes that my sister and I are crying, and Parker peacefully laid down on the floor and was watching my dad. My mom comes in and asks why we got Parker started and why we were crying so hard. We told her that we didn't do anything. Parker heard the doorknob being wiggled around and jumped up and went nuts. Of course, my dad is your typical non-believer and said that we must have had a dream and scared Parker when we woke up. We knew there was no point in arguing with him because he's never believed us when we told him of this weird shit in our house. My mom was a bit more reassuring and laid down with us for the rest of the night. Nothing else happened after my parents came in the room. My sister is one of those people that doesn't really believe in ghosts. However, when I bring this instance up, she doesn't want to talk about it and shuts down pretty quickly. Even though I don't remember much about the events leading up to the occurrence, I'll never forget the fear of watching and hearing the doorknob, and then my peacefully sleeping dog loses shit. These are shorter scary stories about different rooms in my house. The room with the door that led to the back. I would sleep in this room sometimes since it was just me and my dad living in the house at the time. He would work all kinds of shifts, and I was used to him not being home at night. One day, I was just laying in bed and watching TV when I heard tapping at the window. We had those vertical blindfolds, and they were open, so I pretended not to hear it because I didn't want whoever was making the noise to know I heard it. I just stared at the TV playing, and I kept hearing tapping. Like a slightly hard sound that sounds like fingernails. I really wanted to close the blinds, but that didn't mean having to face the window, so I just sat still for a while. Eventually the tapping stopped, and I closed the blinds. It happened every once in a great while, but I always had the blinds closed at night after that. Separate event. Again, was just watching TV in bed and alone at home. I heard something, so I mute the TV, and I figure it sounds like the doorknob moving. I got to the hallway door and thought my dad came home early, but no one there. I lay back down and still hear the doorknob, and I turn and see it's the doorknob that leads to the backyard. It wasn't being slightly moved, it was being harshly turned, if that makes sense. I just stare at it, and I'm thankful it's locked. I don't know why I didn't call my mom or dad. I just stared. It probably happened for a little less than 10 minutes. I tell my dad the next day, but he's always been a skeptic and says it was probably just some possums or something. I tell him that doesn't make sense, and says it was probably just my imagination then. The back room. We had guests throughout the years, and they almost always say they felt uneasy and would even hear whistling from inside the house. I remember one time my grandparents had stayed over, and the next day we were all eating breakfast, and my grandpa brings up that the whistling from the neighbors was keeping him up. My dad says that doesn't make sense because they were on vacation, and he was even getting their mail for them. My grandpa says they had the windows open. By the way, the back room somewhat faces the neighbors, and that they kept hearing whistling, so they said something like, "Excuse me, it's pretty late. Could you please stop whistling inside your house?" And no one answered, and eventually the whistling continued. My grandpa got irritated and shuts the windows. My grandma and him were getting sleepy when they keep hearing the whistling. My grandma gets scared and tells my grandpa maybe it's me or my dad's TV. My grandpa says he opens my dad's door and the TV is off. Dad asleep. He goes to my room, but my door is locked, so he just listens and he doesn't hear any whistling from my TV or my room. He goes back into the back room and my grandma is trembling and telling him that they should sleep in the living room, but he says it's not like they're gonna die from the whistling, and just tries calming her and pushing her to sleep. My dad says it was just in their heads, cause they're old. I tell him to not be rude, and that we've had other guests say the same thing. My dad just scoffs and says we must just be hearing wind through a crack in the window or door or something, but Grandpa says he heard a tune, and my dad just dismisses it again. It was a Saturday afternoon, and my family and I had decided to go visit my grandmother since it had been a few months. The trip was only 2 hours, so it wasn't so bad. Once we got there, it was late in the evening considering we left home around 4:25, and the sun had begun to set. When my grandmother opened the door, at first, I thought the dogs were excited to see me, but they ended up running into the forest that was next to her house and began to bark and whine. Turns out they had been doing that for a while now. My mom dragged them inside, and we all gathered in the kitchen, but me being the nosy kid I was, I decided to go and look around the house. My aunt and uncle still live there, but were currently working, so their rooms were empty. I heard a loud thud coming from my uncle's room, which was all the way down the hall, the air conditioner right next to the door, and saw that his trophy had fallen down. I went to pick it up, and that's when I heard the air conditioner start to rattle. I was a little freaked out, but ignored it since it was probably something that happened a lot. I was being an idiot and grabbed a stool, my stubby arms not being able to place the trophy on the shelf. It was a bit wobbly, but it was the only thing I had. Before I could place it down, the stool began to rock from side to side aggressively, and I panicked, falling down onto my arm. It hurt, but I brushed it off, deciding to place the trophy on the bed. I felt something cold slither around my leg, but when I looked down, there was nothing. I screamed when I started being dragged along the hardwood floor, a few splinters lodging themselves into my legs. I looked up and saw 2 dark, beady eyes looking at me, eventually passing out when I hit my head on the corner of the bookshelf that was in the hallway. I woke up shortly after, and my mom had asked me what had happened. I just told her that it was nothing. I turned over and looked at my grandma, but instead of being worried, she smiled. "You're next, sweetie," she told me. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I've been trying to make sense of this for years. It's one of those stories where the scariest part was when I had left the situation, and I've never been able to understand if there was a plausible explanation for this. When I was about 11 or 12 years old, I was dog sitting for a friend of my mother's. I was very scared of ghosts growing up, and always believed in them. This house made me extremely uncomfortable, If you were looking for the perfect house for a horror movie, this was your place. Years after this encounter, I learned that the house was historically the oldest in my town, had served as a hospital during the Spanish flu, been a school, an orphanage, and of course a home to many different families. I'd ridden my bike there and had walked the dog when it started pouring rain. I brought the dog back home and went inside and called my mom to come pick me up. As I sat there waiting, I was incredibly uncomfortable. The air seemed thick, and this is when things started happening. First, I began hearing voices upstairs out of nowhere. Even though they came out of nowhere, that didn't bother me too much. It sounded like kids, and specifically I remember thinking of the show Dora the Explorer. Since I knew this family had a young daughter, I assumed they had left the TV on in an upstairs bedroom and disregarded it. What startled me was when the voices stopped. The second they stopped, I remember feeling my heart sink into my stomach. That was when the footsteps started. I'd never been upstairs in this house before, but I could hear multiple sets of footsteps almost sprinting above my head. At this point, I remember thinking they were being robbed. I was terrified. I grabbed a knife off a knife rack and hid behind a wall and listened to the footsteps upstairs, which I then heard stop abruptly at the top of the stairs. For context, I was in the kitchen, which was very nicely remodeled. I was peering behind a wall that led to a long hallway with a spiral staircase at the end, so I couldn't see the very top, just the bottom. As I stood there terrified, the footsteps came pounding down the stairs, and I remember being in complete shock that I couldn't see anything at the bottom of the stairs, even though I very clearly heard the footsteps end there. At some point, almost in a trance, I had come out of hiding and was now in the middle of the hallway, the knife in my right hand limp at my side, and I was just staring at the stairs. At this point, the dog came in from the kitchen behind me. It lost its mind. It sprinted down the hallway, towards the stairs, barking and snarling. Small dog like a Shih Tzu type. It was biting at the area where I had heard the footsteps stop, and jumped back and forth around it. The dog was backed up towards me and sat at my feet and snarled at the stairs. The footsteps went quickly back upstairs, and I remember hearing them turn right and stop. This part, I'm not sure if it actually happened, or if I have convinced myself that it happened, but I'm pretty sure a lone voice began talking again, which sounded like a woman. At this point, I think I blacked out, but I managed to get outside onto my bike. The rain was pouring down, the driveway curled around the house, and I remember feeling watched from one window in particular. I made it to the road as I saw my mom coming down the street. I remember her annoyance that clearly I could have ridden my bike back home, but she stopped when she saw how distressed I was. I tried to explain it to her, then to my dad when I got home, but neither really seemed to believe me. This is the scary part for me. First, I want to remind you that I have never been upstairs in that house. Never. I had never really left the entrance, the kitchen, before that. I had a dream that night that I was upstairs in the house. I was alone, but I remember talking out loud, but I don't remember what was said. I then started walking around the house very slowly, then walked down the stairs. As I reached the bottom, I saw myself clear as day, a confused and scared look on my face, knife in hand. The dog came in the hallway, ran towards me and through my legs, which I couldn't see but I could feel, barking and snarling at me. I remember making eye contact with the dog when it backed away and stood in front of Dream Me. I then went upstairs slowly and into a bedroom, where I then watched myself leave on my bike. I woke up from that dream and I remember I was very calm about it. I don't even think I mentioned it to my parents. I convinced myself that it was nothing but my imagination playing tricks on me because I had been thinking about the event the entire day. About 3 months later, we were invited to a pool party at this house. I begged my mom not to go, but I was forced to. When I got there, I asked where I could change into my swim shorts. The lady who owned the house said, "There's a free bathroom upstairs to the left." I remember thinking at the time that that was the worst thing anyone had ever said to me. Shaking and terrified, I went up the staircase. No ghost experience happened this time, but that's not what scared me. The entire upstairs was the exact way I had dreamt it, down to the last detail of where art hung on the walls and plants stood on night tables. I looked at the bathroom to my right and saw the window I watched myself from in my dream. I ran back downstairs and changed in my mom's van. This was over 10 years ago, and I still don't like driving by that house. My grandma bought a condo a few years ago from an elderly woman who lost both of her husbands, and my family and I sometimes stay and sleep in the basement in the bedrooms downstairs, because she is 89 now and in early stages of dementia and cannot live on her own. About a year ago, one night we were all laying in our bedrooms downstairs, and around 1 a.m., I hear faint walking back and forth over and over again upstairs. There's a certain spot upstairs that the wood is very weak in the family room, that you can distinctly hear the floor being walked on. Then I start hearing closets opening and closing. I knew that wasn't my grandma. She's never up at 1 a.m. walking around, but I was curious as to what was going on upstairs. And it wasn't the first time we heard weird sounds. My mom was awake and heard it too. So finally, when my mom and I got the courage to go upstairs at 1 a.m., my grandma was in bed fast asleep snoring. We thought that was a little odd. We went back downstairs in our rooms, and I heard it again. I heard it all night long. It never stopped. Next morning, we told my grandma what happened, and it took her some time, and then she reminded us that the current day was the day that our grandpa died on, and 1 a.m. would have been the very first hour of the new day. Maybe it was my grandpa. Maybe it wasn't. I'm writing this today, almost a year after my experience at Zach's museum, because I'm going back. My tour at the museum is scheduled for Thursday, June 18th. It's currently Tuesday morning, 4:31 a.m. to be exact. I'm including all of this because I woke up randomly at 2:30 a.m., and the first thing that came to mind was to find people who shared a similar experience as me at the museum. I'm slowly starting to realize I may be alone in my experiences. But here they are anyway. When I first arrived at the museum with my group of 6, 3 of them were non-believers. I already felt a shift of energy. Nothing too drastic, just a pressure in my chest that made it hard to breathe, along with what felt like a heavy weight that was placed on my shoulders. After standing in line for however long we did, we finally got to the first room of the whole tour, which is the lobby. As soon as we stepped foot in there, I began to feel my palms start to sweat heavily, and my breathing became manual. Even though I felt completely calm, I was having urges to run out of the room already. When we officially began the tour, each room had something to offer me. In the very first room, I felt very uncomfortable, like I was in a therapy session with the items in that room. Each one was projecting its emotions onto me. I felt anger and sorrow and peace and confusion and fear, but it wasn't as if I was feeling them. It was like I was experiencing them through the items past. As we continued with the tour, I felt like this for most rooms we went into. However, once we stopped in the painting room, I began to feel what felt like flames running up my spine. Like it felt as if someone was stabbing me or scratching me to get my attention. I felt this twice more throughout the tour, in the Exorcist room and the room based off of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The 2 rooms where I felt nothing were the serial killer room and the celebrity room, which might sound boring, but truthfully, I remember those rooms the most. It feels as if the other rooms are cloudy in my memory. In the Peggy room, I remember not being able to look at Peggy, but something grabbed my arm, and shortly after the spirit box said, "Sorry." I can only assume it was her. But when the spirit touched my arm, I could tell she felt lost. I would have assumed it was someone else in the room grabbing my arm, but I was leaned up against the left wall, and it was my left arm that was grabbed. Once we got to the demon house stairs, was when I truly pulled into what felt like the spirit world. I had not watched the DH documentary before entering the museum, but I knew the stairs held some magnificent energy the moment I walked in the door. As soon as the doors dropped, I was unable to look away from the stairs. I felt like I was being drawn into them, and then, the next thing I knew, I was angry, like completely engulfed in rage, but I tried to keep it together as to not ruin the tour for others. After we left the building itself, I felt spiritually and emotionally drained. I couldn't speak for about an hour, and I felt disconnected from reality. The next couple nights, I had a dream of a 7-foot-tall goat figure. It would just stare at me, completely black, hidden in the shadows. I wasn't sure where the goat figure had come from, what he wanted. All I knew when I saw him was dread. I always felt like I couldn't breathe during the dream, like my lungs hurt, but eventually he went away. And now, to this day, I'm drawn to the museum. Something wants me to come back. Every time I'm in Vegas, I have the strongest urge to go there. and I will be returning in 2 days. I woke up almost 3 hours ago, and my first instinct was to look up others' experiences at the museum, but the results were lackluster, and now I can't sleep. I'm unsure of what to make of all of this, but I needed to share my experience with someone. This is actually my sister's story. She has a lung disease called cystic fibrosis, and she struggled a ton with her health as a kid. There was this period of time that she was extremely ill, and she began seeing things. So the first encounter she had was with this man. We had a shared bunk bed, and she slept on the top bunk. One day, she woke up to a very tall man looking down at her. He was wearing a black top hat and a tuxedo. All he said was, "Don't be afraid." She screamed, as expected, and hid under the blankets for about 2 hours. When she uncovered herself, the man was gone. Now this second one is a little creepier. She would see an old lady who would chase her and curse at her. She saw this lady almost daily, compared to the one time she saw the tall man. She mostly saw this lady while she was visiting her dad. She's my half-sister, so we don't have the same dad. My sister says this lady would chase her down the hallway when she tried to use the bathroom. It got to the point where my sister wouldn't leave her room at night, and would be cautious leaving her room in daytime. The lady also would appear in restaurants, the street, and the house she shared with me and our mom. She genuinely felt this woman was trying to hurt her. My mom thinks that since my sister was so close to death, she could have been closer to the spirit world, making her able to see these things. She hasn't seen them for quite some time, but still is afraid that she'll see them again. Growing up in my parents' home, I've had multiple experiences with the spirits. So has my entire family. Their house is an old Sears kid home built in 1932. My family moved in 1992 or 1993. Can't remember exactly. I was 2 or 3. Ever since moving in, we've had strange encounters. First one I remember is waking up in the middle of the night to go into the kitchen for a glass of water. And there it was. A see-through figure near the window by the stove. I tried rubbing my eyes to get adjusted in the dark, but the figure was still there, just staring out the window. I ran back to my room and hid under the covers till morning. After waking up, I told my mom and brother what happened, and my brother stated he saw the same thing during the night. It terrified us. Ever since that encounter, I've become infatuated with ghosts. My brother, sister, and I would sometimes sleep in my parents' bed. I would wake up during the night and have a bad feeling, almost of dread, when I would see him standing at the end of the bed watching me. He was tall, pale, had brown eyes and shaggy brown hair. I saw the same man on multiple occasions, but only in my parents' room at night. He would never say anything, just stare at me. The thing is, my mom told me years later that each of us kids told her about seeing the same man. I still wonder to this day whom he could be. My sister told us she would also see a woman and 2 children on different occasions, but myself and my brother never saw them. My mom also has experiences in her bedroom, but she never sees anyone. As soon as she'll lay down to sleep, the shades will move in the room, but as soon as she sits up to see what it is, it stops. The air vent isn't on. The windows aren't cracked open. It always happens when she's alone in the bedroom trying to sleep. Still happens to this day. My mom has asked my dad if it happens to him, and he denies it. That's why she can't ever sleep in her bedroom alone. Side note, my dad's a firefighter, so he used to work 24-hour shifts, and has over the years worked nights at other jobs. So on those nights, she'd sleep with one of us kids or on the couch if it scared her that much. I was home all alone one day. I think I was in high school. I was sitting in my living room couch watching TV when I heard paper shuffling in our den. My mom's desk is in the den. I thought it was my cat, so I yelled for her to stop. The sound stopped for a second, but then started again as if someone was shuffling through paperwork. I again yelled for her to stop, but it kept happening. I went into the den to see what she was doing, and she wasn't there, which I thought was strange. I then had to use the bathroom. As I'm about to open the bathroom door, I peer to my right and there's my cat sleeping on my bed. I turned cold. I would have seen her walk past me if she was in the den. I went back to the den cautiously and looked around. Nothing. still the only one home alone, cat asleep. I sit back down on the couch again, start watching TV to get my mind off things, and once again the sound starts. I decided to ask it to stop, and for some odd reason it did. I've also seen half of a man's face in the den window staring back at me, but when I turned back to my left, no one was there. Still freaks me out to this day. He doesn't resemble the man I saw in my parents' room, so not sure who I saw. The basement is also full of activity. Before the bathroom remodel, the shower curtain would try to get as close to your body as it could, but if you asked it to stop, it would. Freaked me out for the longest time. So glad when my parents finally got a shower door instead. One time, I went into the basement to grab a drink from the fridge, and as I headed upstairs, I heard my brother say my name. I looked over the stairwell and asked, "What?" With no response, and no brother in sight. I ran upstairs and my brother is in his room watching TV. Over the years, we've heard our name called in different areas of the home, and turns out no one's there. Items will go missing and turn up days or months later in different spots than once placed. Someone will hear the basement door open and shut, but it's locked, and no one has come or gone. Items in the kitchen have fallen to the floor for no reason. There's cold spots throughout the home, especially in the basement and den. My sister is still too scared to go to the laundry room herself, because she swears there's something watching her in the hall to get to the laundry room. That had always been an eerie spot. It's a dark area where the furnace is, and where we always kept the cat box. It just always feels as if someone is standing behind the furnace. From what my parents have told me, the person who originally owned the house died in it. I'm not sure what from and what year. There was also a deadly car crash in front of the house where the man's car went head-on into the tree in the front yard. I've heard stories from friends that people see a man outside my front house at night, walking along the sidewalk, and then will disappear. They told me those stories even before I've ever mentioned anything about my parents' house being haunted. I'm just glad we have pretty much coexisted with the ghost over the years, with some frights here and there. My parents are getting ready to move after being there 26 years. It's gonna be sad to see them move with all the good memories we've had, but I do wonder if the ghosts will haunt the new owners. Part 2. It was early 2014. I was working nights, so on my off days I'd be up late throughout the night. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I'd be in my basement chilling watching TV or whatnot when my cat would go crazy following something around unseen. She'd be meowing and running to different spots throughout the basement. This went on for a few nights, so one night I decided to pull my camera out and start taking pictures once my cat started freaking out. Surprisingly, I caught orbs in multiple pictures. Once I saw an orb in a picture, I decided to communicate with it, and it responded. I remember asking it, "If you're really a spirit, go by the bathroom door." I took a picture right after, and there's the orb right in front of the bathroom door. Chills went straight through me. I kept communicating with the spirit for an hour or so, and caught orbs throughout the basement. My cat went into my bedroom also, as if seeing something, but I only caught one orb in there. I tried recording a session of me speaking with the spirit, but got no response that way. After a few hours, my cat calmed down, and all went back to normal. Even though I knew my childhood home was haunted, I truly believe this was my great-grandma paying me a visit. I had recently at that time kept smelling her scent out of the blue, and on that night, even I smelt her scent prior to all of this happening. Today, I smell her from time to time in my own home. I believe she just stops in to say hi and watches over me. I don't mind what we have. There have been a few times where I've been startled, but nothing like I just got the shit scared out of me. I've lived in my house for a number of years, and through the years we've had some crazy things happen. I'm not sure when it started. I think it's just always happening, so I don't really notice unless there is something that just throws us off. Let me explain. We've had things fly off shelves or off our fridge. They don't fall off, they literally fly off, and land in the middle of the room. We've had smells that we can't explain, a pipe or lilac smell. We've had what feels like someone sitting on our bed or crawling on the bed and cuddling. Yeah, cuddling. As we were laying on the bed. One night, my husband was gone. He plays in a band and was out this particular night. I thought he had come home as it felt like he was crawling into bed. It wasn't him. I literally felt someone heavy enough to be an adult, crawling on the bed and lying next to me. We have toys that go off on their own, ones that don't even have batteries in them. We have animals that look at certain areas of the house and they bark, growl, or just listen to it. One of my dogs stared at a corner on the ceiling in the living room. She was in the kitchen. While sitting down, then she stood up, growled, sat back down. Stood up, growled, then sat back down again. This happened numerous times, for about 5 minutes, all the while staring into the corner. I didn't even think to get a video as I was watching her the whole time. This used to happen all the time, but not so much now. Maybe they're getting used to whatever is here. My youngest pup actually was barking, sitting, growling not too long ago, in the same corner. I've seen a little boy with black hair standing in my laundry room just staring at the floor. About 2 months ago, my sister and I were sitting on the couch and I just happened to look over and see someone in white walk past the bedroom, off the living room. When I poked my head more towards the door, my sister looks at me and asks, "You saw that too?" She refused to sleep in there after that. Throughout the nights, when it's quiet, you can hear what sounds like people walking through the house, even when nobody but me is in there. We've heard little children laughing and running through the house. Once we hear a kid mock my husband. That was actually funny. I've had my shirt pulled and something that says my name. My husband and I did an EVP session one night, and we did get an answer. At the moment, I don't exactly remember what it said, but it has been a few years. I believe my husband still has the recording on his computer. We did have a paranormal team come in a few years back. Only 3 or 4 came over. A few days later, I get a call telling me they recorded a couple of things. One was a whistle. We live on a very quiet street. And I can't remember what the other one was. They asked if they could come back, and when they did, they brought a whole crowd with them. They did catch a couple things, which isn't much to write about, but one of the researchers had their shirt pulled downstairs in the basement. I'm not sure if it was an off night, as there were so many people here. They did ask to come back again, but we haven't been in contact with them since. They did say that they thought we had a boy, probably the one I had seen, and a man in the house. And that they didn't think there was anything to be concerned about. I did do a bit of research on the house to see if anyone has ever passed away in the house, but I couldn't find anything about that. The closest I got was when the house was built, 1912, and the few owners of the house. I moved into the house in 2000. I've always hated the basement, and still do. If I ever had to go into the basement, I always did what I needed to do very quickly, then run and take 2 or 3 steps at a time, then slam the door shut when I hit the top. I still do. My 3 girls no longer live in the house, but 2 of them told me that they have had experiences when they were younger in the house. My granddaughter also has an issue sleeping in the bedroom off the living room sometimes. She says, "It scares me." She hasn't elaborated on what scares her, so she sleeps on the couch when she's here. I know there is more to this story, but since it's been so many years, I can't remember it all. This isn't a long story, but for it to be effectively told, I need to provide a bunch of context, so excuse the length of this post. I have other stories, so hopefully I can learn to condense as I continue to try and put my memories into words. Anyways, I don't know how many of you will remember this, but in the summer of 2003, there were widespread power outages in the northeast region of the United States, plus parts of Canada. I was 11 years old, and was living with my grandma in an old suburb of Staten Island, New York. Because of this story, I'll always distinctly remember those 2 to 3 days without power. At the time, my family had just recently moved into a new house, and had probably only been there for a few months. The house was old, probably built in the early to mid-1900s. As soon as we moved in, we immediately felt something in the house. Cold spots, random noises, shadows, voices, etc. We realized that the house was haunted, but we never really felt that we had to leave because of it. My grandma and mom are sensitive to spirits, and we lived in other haunted houses before, so we were kind of used to it. Our ancestral house in the Philippines was much worse, so we really weren't in a rush to move so quickly after just moving in. In this house, I only ever saw shadows and heard voices, while my grandma and mom saw full body apparitions. That is, until the blackout happened. So one night during the blackout, it was hot as hell. The temperature was probably in the high 80s and low 90s with no air conditioning due to the power outages. So I asked my grandmother if I could sleep in her room since it was on the 3rd floor, in the coolest part of the house. She obliged, and I fell asleep next to my grandmother after playing Pokemon on my Game Boy under the covers for a few hours. I was woken by a strange voice in the middle of the night a few hours later. Probably around 1 or 2 a.m. It was freezing cold. So cold that I forgot about the power outage and thought that the AC was on. The noise sounded like a distant wailing, kind of like really high-pitched police sirens if it was a block away. It was loud enough to wake me, but somehow still sounded really far away. At this point, I'm not really thinking much of it since the window is open, and I assume the noise was coming from outside. I'm still under the covers and wide awake, so I grab my Game Boy and start playing Pokemon in silence so that I don't wake my grandmother. I was obsessed with the game. As I'm playing, I noticed the noise getting louder and closer. This continued for another minute or so until I start to get really annoyed. Just as I was about to pull the covers off to investigate, I feel a weight shift on the bed and hear the mattress spring squeak by the foot of the bed. I look over to check if my grandma was still there or if she somehow left without me knowing. She didn't. She was still right there. I slowly peek out from under the covers and see a pale-skinned woman with long, dark hair sitting by the foot of the bed. She was wearing a light-colored dress and faced towards the wall. Her hands were pressed against her face and eyes, and she was crying, which I now realize is the noise I had been hearing. I was terrified and shaking, so I turned to wake my grandmother, but I realized she's already sitting up and praying the rosary in silence. She then turned to me and said, "Don't worry, she won't hurt you. She visits me every night." I'll never forget it. I was freaked out and just shut my eyes until I fell back asleep. Anyways, after that night, I never slept in my grandmother's room again. I continued to feel a presence in the house, but I never heard the wailing or saw the woman again. My grandmother, on the other hand, said that the woman continued her nightly visits until we moved a year later. So, I'm a security guard at a distribution center, and I work 3rd shift, which happens to be night shift, 2100 to 0500. I work with 3 other guards and we cover the span of the whole facility. Now, Monday through Thursday, it's staffed 24 hours, with Friday and Sundays, everyone but security leaves by 17:30. This incident occurred tonight, 6/26/20, at around 22:42. I'm currently watching the gatehouse checkpoint, watching videos and generally doing whatever to kill time. I get a call on my radio to perform a perimeter sweep as another guard picked up something on camera and thought maybe someone is in the yard. I leave the gatehouse and look around. Nothing. I report back saying area is clear and go back to playing on my phone. I get a call again, this time by one of the motion detection cameras aimed at the doors. I get up and walk to the warehouse and check all the doors. Locked and secured. I call back to report in, and when the other guards respond, I hear a loud woman scream coming from his end. We all heard it, and thought that maybe someone from the warehouse was still here and got hurt. I run inside and go to the security desk, and see the desk guard looking at cameras, and badge in logs to see if he can find anyone who entered, or seen anything. We cleared the building at the start of the shift, so it should be empty. We see nothing. By now the other guards showed up asking what the hell was the scream on the radio. I know I'm both freaked out and confused, and I can see the other guys are as well, but none of us are ready to say, must be a ghost. We call the facility manager that we heard a woman scream, and there isn't anyone here, but that we know about it, and we are going to investigate. So we break off into pairs as per procedure when investigating unknown noises during the night, and clear the warehouse, office section, parking lot, dockyard, everything. We found nothing. We call the manager to report it's all clear. One of the guards thinks that maybe someone was pulling a prank, and they happen to pick up on the radio signal, or maybe someone from internal security took a radio and is trying to scare us. That doesn't make sense as the scream clearly came from the desk guard's radio. Well, he was talking. I don't know. I'm a firm believer of paranormal, and I heard rumors that staff members have died in the warehouse, but I never actually looked into it. if they're just your common workplace ghost stories or actually legit. Figured I'd share this incident while it's still fresh in my mind. Update. So I asked around internal security and first shift employees about any unusual or paranormal activities. Approximately 5 years ago, a staff member had a heart attack in the break room, and another staff member was killed as a result of a workplace accident that involved one of the trailers. I wasn't able to get any more information due to privacy. When I was 16 years old, I started working at a Subway sandwich shop a few miles from my house. It was in a fairly decent neighborhood with a fire station across the street. However, that didn't stop me from feeling uneasy when taking out the trash in the dark by myself at 10 p.m. When I first started working there, everything was going great. I made a new friend and enjoyed going to work. We were pretty short-staffed, so besides the two managers, it was just myself and my coworker Jackie. Being so understaffed, Jackie opened the store and worked until 4 p.m., and I closed the store, working from 4 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. At first, nothing big happened. I always felt uneasy when I was alone, but nothing I couldn't ignore. And then small things started happening. The doorbell. It would ring whenever the front door opened to let you know a customer came in. It would go off when the door was shut and locked. On our shelf in the back, we had bags of sauce, and those would slide off the shelf and onto the floor. Even when they were a foot away from the edge, things would randomly go missing. There was a door in the back that led outside where you could go and take a smoke break, and there would always be someone or something knocking on it. I would see small shadows over the corner of my eye all the time. It was mostly small things, but then it started getting worse. One night around 9:30, my friend came to visit me at work. We were standing there talking when all of a sudden she freezes up and goes, "Did you hear that?" Right as I was about to tell her I didn't hear anything, this big gust of freezing cold air goes right in between us, and we hear a growl from the back. She got scared and left. But I had to stay as I still had an hour left on my shift. I was already freaked out, so I called the general manager's son and begged him to close for me. He didn't believe in ghosts or anything, so he was pretty annoyed when I called. But he ended up coming anyway. When he got there, he came in through the back door. I told him what happened and he told me I was seeing things as we walked to the front of the store. Right when we got there, he froze and was staring at the window. The entire front of the store was all window. And when I looked, I saw it. There were hundreds of child-sized handprints, all the way up to where nobody could even reach. I asked him if he finally believed me, and he just nodded. I quit the next day. This one happened when I was 3. We had gone to see a house that we were about to buy. It was sort of the deal finalizer, and I hadn't seen it yet, so they brought me with. The house was built in 1912 and had multiple owners, but had been left vacant for the last 3 years, and was done up to be sold. The tour, I think, went great. I obviously can't remember much of it. And like a 3-year-old child, I was a bit energetic, so I was running about, and I got to the stairs, and I wasn't allowed to go downstairs on my own, but for some reason, I went midway down and waved to an empty room. They asked me who I was waving to, and I said, "The man in the bed eating ice cream." They came down and looked, and there was nothing there. And it was getting to the end of the tour, so they picked me up, me still waving to the room now, saying bye-bye. They passed it off as just child nonsense, until after we had moved in, and my mom was discussing to her work colleagues, and one of her friends asked where the house was. My mom said the street name, and one of them said, "That's crazy. I used to live on that street." And that's when the woman asked what number it was. My mom said the house number, and she said that was her house that she grew up in, and that her dad had passed away in it 4 years ago. My mom then put 2 and 2 together, and realized what actually happened when we visited it. Essentially what happened was that her dad had lung cancer, and when he got really weak he lived in the room downstairs because he couldn't walk up the stairs to go to bed, and his favorite thing to eat due to the pain was ice cream, as it soothed his throat, and he died in that room. I've now moved out of that house, but I was never scared in it. I really love that house actually, and I don't think that his presence was there to cause trouble. I would move into it again in a heartbeat if it went up for sale. Back when I was in college, I dated a guy whose childhood home was very close to the university we both attended. Now this house is a part of a historical home district in the South, where if a home is of a certain age, you are not allowed to change it or destroy it. Any updates must be approved by the city, and retain the historical integrity of the home. All to say, this house was essentially almost the exact same since it was built in the 1800s. Now, we would often go hang out at this house to visit family, and would sometimes stay over to keep his dad company. Knowing I love ghosts, and a good history lesson, he had informed me that growing up, the family had seen ghostly apparitions and experienced a few things themselves. So before I start my story, I will explain a few of the others from their perspective. The way the home was built, there was the kitchen and living space downstairs and the master bedroom. There was a second story that involved a tiny wooden staircase that led to a long hallway with a bedroom to the left at the top of the stairs, a bedroom almost exactly in front of the stairway exit, and then a bedroom to the right at the far end of the hallway. The bedroom on the far right was mostly used for storage, and that's it. He informed me he and his sister would sometimes see an apparition in this room of a woman in 1800s fashion clothes, hair in a bun, full bottom petticoat, etc. And she would always be looking out longingly through the window in that bedroom. If approached, she would always disappear. The second story was one that my ex and his mother had experienced. His mother unfortunately passed away from an illness, and at this time, she was progressively getting sicker. I say this because, as some people say, the closer you are to birth or death, the easier for you to see or relate to spirits. Anyway, the ex was stopping by his home to pick up some items and just run in and out. He had parked his car on the driveway that was visible from the windows when in the sitting room. He ran in, grabbed his stuff, saw his mother in the sitting room and said hello. He made it to his car with his items and got back in when his mother called him on his phone, asking him, "Why didn't you tell me you had a guest with you? You should know better than to not introduce a guest when you bring them over." It's the South, traditions and such. He was confused and had no idea what she was talking about. He asked back, "What do you mean? It's just me here." To which she replied, "No, there's a girl sitting in your passenger seat. I can see her right now." To which he then noped the hell out of his vehicle and went back inside. There was also always random bangs and noises that one always chalks up to living in an old house. However, whenever we would stay over, I would always have the same dream of what looked like someone in the shape of a man that looked like a black shadow always standing at the edge of our bed. Now, this is the real incident I experienced on my own. One day when I was attending class, I had realized I forgot to print out something for a presentation, and as I mentioned, his house was close by to the school. I checked with him to see if it was okay if I ran back to his dad's home and printed off my assignment there. He said there was no issue, and that his dad was actually in a business meeting, so he wouldn't even be home, so I wasn't bothering anyone. I rushed over to the house and up the stairs to the bedroom which had the printer in it. I happened to close the bedroom door for some reason and get on my laptop and began trying to find the assignment and print it out. While I was sitting and waiting on my printout, I began to hear someone walking downstairs. I was confused as no one should be home. So I called my at the time boyfriend and asked if he was home. He told me no, that he was on his way to class. I asked if his dad maybe came home, to which he replied his dad was just going into the meeting and he had just talked to him. As we were on the phone, I heard the noise from downstairs begin to head my direction, and I heard footsteps clearly stomping up the stairs. Now I got scared, but possibly thinking someone had broken into the home, and I had just happened to be there. I told my boyfriend to stay on the phone with me. I heard the footsteps get to the top of the hallway, and all of a sudden stop outside of the door of the room I was in. I freaked out, ready to run or attack. One of the two. I opened the door to no one standing there. Absolutely no one was in the house. I then grabbed my assignment. I've probably never ran so fast in my life. This story is true. This story has only been told to a handful of friends and family. It still haunts me to this day. You can call me R. I'm a 21-year-old girl who is all too familiar with the paranormal world. Of all my stories I will eventually share with you all, this one is the beginning of it all. My parents divorced when I was 5 years old, and this led me to live in 2 separate homes. My father, with his newfound freedom, had multiple girlfriends, leading me to bounce around different houses over the years, so I was never in one place for too long. When I was around 7, I developed severe insomnia. I would stay up into early hours of the morning watching reruns of Robot Chicken and Family Guy, until I eventually succumbed to sleep. On one particular night, as my show played on my TV, a spider crawled across the screen. Even at 7, I was not one to leave a spider be. I couldn't rest knowing one was in my space. I grabbed toilet paper from the bathroom, took care of the spider, and crawled back into bed. As I was starting to fall asleep, I felt a vibration from under my bed and thought nothing of it. With my eyes still closed, I could feel and hear the running of fingers slowly moving over the metal bars under my bed. A slow thump as if someone were walking by a fence running their fingers over the bars. At this point, I was once again wide awake. Clearly something was under my bed. But we didn't have a cat or a dog, and there was absolutely nothing beneath my bed. So I waited, frozen in fear, hoping that I could just close my eyes and forget about what may be under there. But no, my hopes were not answered. This time the hand was aggressive while running the full length of my bed, causing an audible noise and shaking of the bed. I was panicking. I was 7 and absolutely not equipped to take whatever monster was waiting for me. But being the brave spider killer I was, I looked over the side of the bed. Nothing. But then, to anyone's worst nightmare, there was something. It was the crown of someone's head. It slowly began moving in a non-human way, moving out from under the bed, little by little, eventually exposing only the head. It was me. But when I say it was me, it also wasn't. It was ghastly. By the light of the television, I could see the knots and greasiness in the hair. The skin complexion was almost translucent, revealing dark blue veins that covered its face. The lips cracked and dried beyond repair. But the most haunting visual was its eyes. They were the palest shade of blue with a stare of 1,000 yards that has been burned permanently into my brain. I stared in utter fear. I couldn't move, couldn't make a sound. What seemed like a lifetime wasn't more than 10 seconds. I screamed, absolutely screamed my head off until my dad rushed into the room. Well, he turned on the lights in panic, not knowing what was going on, nor what to do. I was still frozen in fear. He didn't listen to me, said it was a dream, in my imagination as a parent would, eventually tucking me in once again to sleep for the night. I left the lights on and prayed to whoever was listening to keep the monster away. What did I witness? The years passed, but I've never forgotten. I still sleep with the TV on. My bed isn't even a foot off the ground, and I medicate myself to sleep all in fear of the possibility of it returning. I feel the need to frame this up a little. I'm not one to jump to paranormal explanations, even when my very logical mind can't find another answer. I'm not spiritual. I don't get vibes from objects or places. I've never seen a ghost, and I'm overall skeptical about all supernatural activity. All that being said, there is one event in my life that I can't explain. This happened 8 years ago. About 6 months after I had moved to Kansas City, after grad school. It was mid-afternoon on a perfect fall weekend, with the weather nice, so I had the front and back doors open with the screen doors shut and all the curtains open. The house was a small 2-bedroom rental that I moved into while I settled into my new job and allowing me time to find a more permanent home. The living room, dining room, and kitchen were in a shotgun-style open concept, with the bedrooms and bathroom to the side. Off the kitchen was a door to the unfinished basement that I can only describe as dungeon-esque. I never went down there, mostly because I never had a reason to, but also because it would rate 10 out of 10 on anyone's creep meter. I was sitting in the living room watching TV with my 2 dogs. Boxer, an English Mastiff, not relevant, just adorable. When I noticed a house fly buzzing around, I didn't think anything of it given the weather, and I had been in and out of the house a few times that day. A few minutes later, I see another fly, then another, then another. Annoyed, I get up to find a fly swatter when I notice several more flies in the kitchen and dining area. I started looking around the kitchen thinking I had left something out to spoil. I opened every cabinet and even used a flashlight to check the very back, check the screen door and windows. and even looked down the basement stairwell. Nothing. When I turned back towards the living room, I realized the entire house had filled with flies. I'm talking hundreds, probably thousands of common house flies in a matter of minutes. I was stunned. The sound alone was furious and intense. The sight was dizzying, almost hypnotizing. It's hard to describe what it felt like surrounded by all those flies. It was sensory overload. Hundreds of dots zipping around, the noise, the vibrations. I was trying to comprehend what was happening and what I was going to do. I was momentarily in shock, confused, dazed, and overwhelmed. My heart started to race as all I could think was, what am I going to do? I couldn't figure out where they were coming from, spawning from, and I didn't know how I was going to get them out of the house. I decided to lock up the doors, jump in my car, and drive the quarter-mile down to the corner pharmacy. Normally I would walk, but I drove that day. During the 3 to 5 minutes I was gone, I called my mom to tell her what was happening, and she seemed concerned. I returned home with a box of bug foggers. When I opened my door, I was not expecting the scene that was waiting for me. All the flies, every single one of them, dead. They were all over. On the table, sofa, countertops, floor. I've never seen anything like it. I vacuumed and wiped down all the surfaces, but I found dead flies all over the place the rest of the time I lived there. I'm still not sure what to make of those 10 minutes of my life. Has anyone ever heard of or experienced anything like this? Could this be paranormal, or is there a logical explanation? What do you think it could be? A few notes. I don't recall the dogs acting abnormal, but I also wasn't paying much attention. They were in the house the entire time, even when I was gone. My mother, who was much more spiritual than I, was always freaked out by that house. She told me after I moved out that she would hear voices when she would visit me, including one that would mimic my father's voice. I asked my mother years later if she remembered this phone call, in case I dreamed this whole thing. She remembers it. I had other experiences in that house, including things moving around from where I left them, cabinet doors open when I would return home, lights on and off, etc. The entire year I lived there. I always explain those away, but haven't experienced it anywhere else I have lived. I never felt threatened in the house, even during the fly fiasco. It was years before I ever told this to anyone because I didn't want to acknowledge it ever happening. As years have gone on, all I want are answers of what happened that day. Last night my mom randomly said, "What did you say, son?" while I was watching TV. I never said anything and told her this. Then a few minutes later, she says, "Josh, did you just call for me?" Again I was silent, didn't think anything of it until now. Fast forward to this morning. My mom had something playing on the TV I could hear from my room. So I yelled and said, "Hey mom, what are they talking about on your TV?" I got a clear response. "If you want to hear it, come in here and watch it." The show really caught my attention. I kept listening, and I then said while laughing, "Mom, what did that guy just say?" This time my mom gets an attitude and says, "I'm trying to hear this. Come in here if you want to watch it." I get out of bed to watch it with her. I start talking to her as I'm entering her room, only to notice she's dead asleep snoring. Clearly she's been asleep for a while. She goes, "Damn, Josh, why'd you wake me up?" After I told her what I heard, she tells me she wasn't watching TV and had fell back asleep a while ago. She goes on to say, "I kept hearing your voice repeatedly call out Mom last night. That's why I kept asking what you wanted." The voice I heard clearly sounded like my mom's, and the voice she heard was clearly mine, so I'm a little freaked out and don't know what to think. Any idea what's going on? The only experience that really had me wondering if I'd saw a ghost or a spirit was back in 2008. I was living off an old dirt road in a small town in Michigan. The house I was living in was an old farmhouse. It definitely looked like it fit the bill for being haunted. As a skeptic of the paranormal, I never really paid much attention to the idea that it might have been haunted. Until one night a friend and I were standing in the mudroom when all of a sudden, the blinds on the doors leading into the house split, as if someone was standing there. looking out towards us. I immediately thought that it was one of my family members checking to see who was in the mudroom. It was pretty late, and they might have heard us shuffling around in there, and were checking to make sure that the house wasn't being broken into. When I approached the door to show that it was just me out there, and that the place wasn't being broken into, I noticed that their eyes were staring right through me, as if I wasn't even there. I waved my hand in front of their eyes, and they didn't even flinch. Even as a skeptic, this spooked me. All of a sudden the blind snapped back shut, and the deadbolt on the door locked. My friend and I were both kind of curious to know what just happened. We had to walk around to the front door, which was unlocked, went in, and asked the only people awake if they had locked us out. They swore that they hadn't even been downstairs in hours, and that it wasn't them. The only other people in the house were asleep. I asked them the next morning if they had come down and locked us out, as a joke. They swore as well that they hadn't even been downstairs since before they went to bed. As a skeptic, it's hard for me to place it in the realm of the paranormal. However, I know that if one of my family members were to play a prank on me and lock me out, they wouldn't have walked away and left me out there. They would have come back, unlocked the door, well laughing and just saying, "Kidding." It's also hard for me to believe that they would be able to stand there staring without a flinch as I waved my hand in front of their eyes, looking through me as if I was a ghost. That experience, combined with multiple other stories from friends and family, saying that they had seen people walking up and down the stairs when there was nobody else there but them, definitely leaves me a bit curious as to what was going on in that place. I've had a few ghostly encounters during the course of my life. This is one of them. I used to live in an old house that was built in 1890 by a doctor and his family. My 98-year-old, still super healthy and sharp, landlady was the doctor's youngest daughter. The rest of the family had been dead for many years. I had been living in the house for 8 years without any encounters. Creaking sounds and flickering lights are normal in such an old house, right? One day I broke my rib right at the spine while sledding. I was in so much pain. I didn't know how to breathe, how to move. Even laying in bed was the most painful thing ever. I was crying and panicking, and thought I might have ruptured my lungs as well, because I had such trouble breathing. So the first night I took strong pain meds to help me sleep. It was a rough night. I was tossing and turning, and the sharp pain woke me up every time I moved. In the middle of the night, after I thought I would die of pain, I saw 3 figures standing next to my bed. A tall, handsome man in a black evening attire and a top hat. An elegant lady in an 1890 style gorgeous ball gown. And a young boy, maybe 5-ish, who was wearing a blue kid sailor suit and holding a white ball under his left arm. They were just standing there, warmly smiling down on me. The lady reached out her gloved hand in my direction, and all of a sudden, I sensed the feeling of peace and calmness, and I definitely knew everything would be alright. I smiled back at them and instantly fell asleep, not waking up until next morning. My last thought was, wow, those pain meds are insanely strong. I'm hallucinating. A couple of days later, my landlady checked in on me and asked how my rib is healing. I told her I was still in pain but doing much better, and that I wasn't taking my pain meds anymore, because they made me see people the first night. Although I was brushing it off as a side effect of the meds, she seemed very interested in my experience and asked me tons of questions about how they looked and what they did. A week later, she checked in on me again. This time she brought a framed black and white photograph and just handed it to me. I was stunned. The picture showed a tall man in a dress coat, an elegant lady, and a young boy smiling warmly into the camera. Those were the same people I saw in my room. The people who built, lived, and died in our house. My landlady's parents and her brother, who died at the age of 10, in the same room I was sleeping in. She told me I wasn't the only one who had seen them. Apparently, they appear whenever someone is sick and suffering and just comfort them. She told me about 6 other tenants who had seen them while being sick and in pain. They seem to have been especially active after World War II, when the house became a shelter for refugees. One tenant had only seen the doctor holding her hand and soothing her. Another one saw the little boy staring curiously at him, which freaked him out and made him call the priest. And the others? all saw the entire family, well, being wounded. This was going on since the mid-1940s, after her parents died. She told me that her parents were very kind and caring people. Her dad always treated the poor without taking any money. To him, being a doctor and healing people was more than just a job. Her mother helped him as much as she could as a nurse, and by being very compassionate with his patients. My landlady likes to believe they are still around, in their house, looking out for the ones in need, and I'm inclined to agree. Thank you for taking care of me. I've been sharing this true story with friends for years. Always been told it's interesting. Thought I'd share it here. So I've never been the kind of person to believe in ghosts. I'm not a religious guy, but I've seen some odd things in my 26 years. But nothing to convince me 100% that the paranormal is legit. However, I have one interesting experience that tends to get interest, and honestly, has made me question my stance on the paranormal ever since. About 6 years ago, I was a 20-year-old student living in London. My latest flat contract had run out, and I needed a place to live ASAP. I had very little money, and felt guilty needing my parents to be a guarantor. So, as any broke Londoner would do, I googled the cheapest place possible, somewhere I could move into that day, or the next day. That's how last minute this was. I was fortunate, or in actual fact, misfortunate, to find a place available to move in that day. Contract signed. I had a place to live. I moved into this detached house with all my stuff the following day. It was a dirty house, but the flat occupants were all 20 to 30-year-olds. 4 of them, and very friendly. The area was quiet, and I felt reasonably comfortable. Weird noises and objects moving. The house was always damp and cold. It was autumn, so it's not surprising, but it always has an unpleasant atmosphere. The garden was overgrown and creepy. The windows that faced it were scratched, cracked, and looked very dirty. The hallway light didn't work, so the entire interior of the living room and hallways connecting to rooms were pitch black at night. The bathroom was just something else. On my first night after speaking to one of my new flatmates, I was told that they have all experienced weird noises, especially scratching on the blackened window in the bathroom. I laughed this off as nonsense. Probably a tree brushing it when it gets windy outside. So, after a couple of weeks, I finally start noticing weird occurrences in the building. My room's window faced the driveway, and I like to keep my curtains closed just because it was the west-facing room, and I didn't like sunlight pouring in and blinding me every day. So I would close the curtains in the morning, head to class, come home, and find the curtains open more than halfway. This happened every day. In fact, I could come home from class, close them again, go out to work, see friends, and come home to open curtains. Yet when I was in the room for hours on end, they never moved when closed. Bit weird, right? My windows were closed and locked, and so was the bedroom door when I was not there. I was the only one with a key, I hope. Also, above me was an attic. No one lived up there. It was a locked storage room, I'm guessing. But at nights I could hear what sounded like foot stomping. 2 people walking around, kids running, and sometimes whispers. Bit freaky, but I thought maybe someone in the house had access to this room and was using it at night. For who knows what. But no one was up there. The room was locked. I would sometimes at night go up the stairs to the door and try and get in to see what the hell was going on in there. But no luck. Never saw anything. But could always hear those footsteps. This part is relevant later on. One of my flatmates was a very religious man. I could hear him pray 5 times a day, and was always very friendly and open to talk his faith, and to listen to me stress about the awful state of the house. But he himself didn't hear or notice anything weird other than the unhygienic state of the place. He decided at one point to head home to Algeria for a few months, with his room locked. New flatmate. After 6 or 7 weeks of living there, one of the other occupants moved out, and a room was available there. I told a friend of mine that was as desperate as I was weeks prior. He moved in within a few days, and things were great. We worked and went to the same uni, so it was cool hanging out with a friend. I told him the stories. Due to his religious beliefs, he wasn't a believer in ghosts, and like me, wasn't fazed by the stories, but he began to notice things too. The same stomping noises upstairs, the scratching windows, my curtains opening on their own. He felt like he was being watched all the time. He noticed the shed in the garden had a broken panel, and could easily imagine someone being inside sometimes watching us in the kitchen when we made food. Routine pest control opened the shed during a visit one day, and found half a dozen dead rats and a pile of hollowed out bees in there. Creepy, but no monsters. My friend and I were eating dinner after work in the kitchen one night. I was facing him in the door to the hallway, whilst he was facing myself and the sliding glass door that gave access to the overgrown jungle garden behind. I remember seeing him turn pale, jump to his feet, and ask me in a very frightened tone, "Can you come to my room?" I laughed and asked why. He said, "Seriously, can you please just come to my room? Please, this is not a joke." He then bolted to his room, like he was running away. I finished my sandwich with the last bite, didn't even think to turn around to see what he was so spooked about. Got to his room, he locked the door, sat on his bed, and turned on his PlayStation. After a few minutes he calmed down and he started playing. He told me he saw something in the garden, a woman in a white dress. She walked across the garden, half a meter from the glass. She almost floated past, and then she vanished. He kept saying, "We have to leave, we have to leave." Noises were one thing, but when you see something, everything changes. My room scared him, and everyone else the most. Another flatmate told us that they thought they'd seen me in my room peering at them on the driveway through a 20-centimeter gap in my curtains one night. They said they saw a shape of a person's head, but I wasn't there that night, or on any of those occasions mentioned, and I certainly don't peer at people through my window. Things get worse. 2 nights after the kitchen incident, I'm woken up at around 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. My friend is banging on my door in the pitch blackness of the hallway. I open it, and he comes in shaking with fear, saying his bed was vibrating and moving, and he can't stay here any longer. The next day he speaks to a friend, has a place to stay, so he packs up most of his stuff and is gone. Within a few days, another person left. A little creeped out, but mostly annoyed with the poor state of the house. At this point, the last remaining occupants are all looking for alternative living arrangements. Remember the religious guy that went back to Algeria? He's been gone for months now and hasn't returned. The landlord makes a visit one day, and as he has a spare key, decides to inspect the room to make sure it's all okay. He opens it, and we go in. His room was amazing. It was warm, cozy, not damp or cold. It was honestly like a different house. It was nice. My last night there. I decided to move in with my partner, who had avoided this house the entire time I'd lived there, maybe visiting once or twice. She hated it, hated being there, and always felt uncomfortable. On my last night, I again heard weird noises, but this time in the hall. I was aware that I was home alone that night, as the only other flatmate left was on holiday. It was, as was always, very dark when I opened the door. No one there. I walked into the living room, and the window at the back that faced the side of the house was making weird scratching noises. I needed to use the bathroom, and as a necessity, I had to carry a torch to do the job during these hours. I walk into the bathroom, do my business, and as I'm zipping my shorts, my torch briefly shines over the window. I, for some odd reason, looked, as if expecting to see something. I didn't. I walk out of the room, and I don't know why, but I decided to look at that window again without the torchlight. I saw a shape of a large man. I went back to my room, locked the door. All night I heard feet stomping upstairs in the attic. I couldn't sleep, so I moved all my things into a pile in the middle of the room, sat on the bed, and waited for sunrise. I got a taxi in the morning and finally got the hell out of there. You couldn't pay me to go back. I just recently finished a course for a healthcare aide, nursing assistant, certificate, and something really freaky happened to me at the hospice I was doing my practicum at. I want to start off by saying that I don't believe in spirits or anything paranormal, and I haven't had anything happen to me in my life that would change my mind until this particular night. I worked an evening shift that day. and I was done and sent home at 11:30 p.m. I think it was my second last shift until I was done at practicum. I worked on the dementia unit that was on the second floor, so in order to get out of the building, I had to take an elevator to the main floor and walk down a really long, dark, creepy hallway to get to the entrance of the building. Before I go in, I wanted to remind whomever is reading this that the building I was working at was a hospice, so death was quite a regular occurrence there. Anyway, the hallway I had to walk down had rooms on each side with doors that were either opened or closed, depending on the resident's preference. So as you walk by, sometimes you'd catch yourself looking into their rooms if the door was open. Force of habit being a healthcare aid. Since it was 11:30 at night, the majority, if not all the residents, were sound asleep in their rooms. If the residents decided to sleep with their door open, there's enough light from the hallway to see their rooms pretty well. As I was passing one of the last rooms in the hallway, I looked in and I saw a lady on her bed. Lights off in a cat pose. It stopped me in my tracks. If you don't know what that pose looks like, Google Images will show you what I mean. I thought to myself, that's strange. Her neck and head were awkwardly bent upwards and she was staring right at me. It was so scary. She was an old woman, probably in her 80s or 90s. Her face had absolutely no expression. Her skin looked gray. Her eyes were sunken in, and her lips had a blue and black tinge to them. She didn't look alive, or even human for that matter. Keep in mind, the room was dark with only the lights of the hallway shining in. So this was even more unsettling that this woman was randomly in that weird position, on her bed in the back corner of her room at 12 p.m. at night. I also remember feeling cold. The room had cold air leaking out from it. There was also a smell. A really freaking weird smell coming from that room. Felt like I was in a scene of a horror movie. Like the really, really scary part that you want to close your eyes but can't. With that being said, the building was a hospice, so a lot of sick and dying people reside in those rooms. Some of which have dementia so odd and strange behaviors aren't rare. I thought to myself, okay, calm down. There's a logical explanation for this. This poor woman is probably suffering from dementia and is confused at the moment. I decided to ask her if she was okay and if she needed help. With a nervously shook voice, I said, "Hello? Are you alright?" No answer. I thought the best thing I could do was go grab HCA or a nurse to go assist her and make sure she was okay. I walked back and approached the nursing station. I told the nurse the room number, 304, and what I had saw. We are all very accustomed to seeing strange, bizarre things in this field of work, so there was no need to go into much detail. I think I just said, there's a lady in room 304 that's awake and might need some assistance. The nurse looked at me funny and replied to me telling me that there was no one currently in that room. I thought I may have gotten the room number wrong, so I walked back down the hallway with her to show her the room, and told her that was indeed the right room and number. We both looked into the room and the woman I saw was not there anymore. What the hell? Am I going crazy? We turned on the lights. Nothing. Just an empty room with no evidence of anyone living or ever been being there. The room was clean and the bed was made. There was absolutely no indentations on the bed, blankets, or sheets from anyone kneeling on it like that woman was. Surely we would have noticed something. There was only a 2-minute window from the time I left the room and got back with the nurse, and I can assure you everyone who lives at the hospice cannot move that fast, especially in their 80s, to be able to remake the bed and get out of there in time for us to not see them. Initially, I was embarrassed, so we started to think of an explanation. We thought maybe one of the other residents got confused and snuck into room 304, but no. There was no one awake and no one around. At this point, my hairs were standing up on the back of my neck. Everyone was fast asleep, and I was left completely baffled. I didn't even have time to be properly freaked out because I was questioning my own sanity. As we walked away from the room, she told me that the lady who lived in that room passed away the night before. Get this, she said. The poor lady was found in the strangest way, face down in a slumped over cat-like position. No word of a lie, I cannot make this up. It's safe to say that I did not sleep that night. I was so disturbed when I got home. I never wanted to go back. Still to this day, I wonder if that was the spirit of the lady I saw who passed away. I like to say that it could have been my mind playing tricks on me after that long shift at the ward, but I know what I saw. She was there, in the flesh. My whole life, I've always felt like I've been haunted. I hear my name when no one is calling me. I feel like I'm being watched in the dark. I often talk in my sleep, and I've scared my friends so much doing it that they have left sleepovers or woken me up terrified. I've grown up past my paranoia, but it used to be bad. I still fall asleep with a nightlight, but until I was 14 I couldn't go to the bathroom at night. I had to cover all my windows, and I would stay up until I passed out keeping watch and making sure I was safe. With all that out of the way, here are a few of my stories. The first house I ever lived in wasn't very old, but it had housed 2 families before us. I only found out last year that someone had hung themselves in the attic before we moved there. My room was on the 2nd floor, and was the only room in the house with access to the attic, besides the garage weirdly enough. My parents had shut off the entrance to the attic, figuring we would never need it, and that it would be dangerous if I got up there as the floor wasn't finished. I might have fallen through. From ages 4 to 9, I would periodically hear this tapping coming from right above my bed. Most nights it was soft, but methodical. 4 taps followed by a break, followed by 6 taps. Then it would stop for a bit. Never happened during the day. It would mostly stop once I woke up my parents or asked it to stop. And it didn't last all night. It would just wake me up and go on for 10 minutes to an hour before I could go back to sleep. I don't know what exact times it was, but I know it wasn't anywhere near 3 a.m. Most likely 11 to 2. At first I assumed birds, or maybe a leak, and ignored it. For a while it just became normal. I got used to it, and would often just use the bathroom when it woke me, then go back to sleep. But one day I mentioned it to my dad offhandedly, and he set out to find the source of this tapping. He barricaded the attic, and found a few dead birds, and a nest with a single egg. The birds were not recent, nor was the egg, but there shouldn't have been a way in for them. He threw them out and looked for water. Nothing. He couldn't find the source. This was 2 years in. By the time I was 8, he had searched 4 more times and still found nothing. He even had a friend who was a carpenter look at it. Nothing. It only deviated from its normal pattern once. 1 week before we moved in. The move was unrelated. My mom had secretly been planning to divorce my dad. No one knew about it until the day we left. But about a week before she planned to leave, I was woken up by the taps again. This time, they were much quicker and louder. Bits of the popcorn ceiling falling on me, and the taps had no pattern, eventually turning into a scraping sound like fingernails on a chalkboard, then stopping. We left later that week and I never mentioned it again. 2 years later, my dad mentioned scrapes like an animal was in our attic, but he passed away before I could ever properly talk about the taps again with him. Then there was the man in the window. By the time I was 12, I was living with my single mother who worked her ass off to afford our tiny home and support me and my 2 sisters. We often went to our grandparents so my mom could have a weekend to relax. My grandparents owned a small farm and home in rural Kansas. Their nearest neighbor was 4 miles away, and the nearest town or city was about 28 miles away. During this period of me going over there twice a month, I began sleeping in the guest room, while my sisters took the basement, which had a pull-out couch. I remember waking up one night to see the window slightly open, which I would never have opened, and a pale face on the other side. I didn't recognize this person, but they had blonde hair, which was medium length, blood on their face, and it looked like their nose had been broken once before and had long since healed. I stared for a long time, while they just looked into my room at nothing. I blinked eventually and they were gone. This happened a few more times before I started sleeping in the living room couch out of fear. My grandparents never really understood why I started sleeping on that uncomfortable couch, but a few years ago, they removed that window in favor of a nice wall to hang a picture on. I'll probably never know for sure who it was, but I suspect it was one of the many people who died in car accidents on the road in front of their house. They lived right by a 4-way intersection, with at least a mile of straight roads going either way. No cops for miles. The perfect road to speed on late at night, and not see the truck coming out of the trees to T-bone you. who also decided to speed. So you both run into each other at 90 miles per hour. There are about 4 crashes per year and 3 to 4 deaths. I still refuse to sleep in that room. Finally, what happened last night? For context, I've been having night terrors again recently. I used to have them a lot when I was younger, but I thought I'd grown out of them. I told you that I was living with my mom for the past few years, and that's not entirely true. Before 2016, I would spend every other weekend, Tuesdays and Thursdays with my dad. I loved him a lot, and we were pretty close, in our own way. He died when I was 11 in a drunk driving accident. He got wasted and got on a motorcycle, went around a tight curve, got into the wrong lane. Last night I was doing my normal thing, staying up late and watching Netflix. Around 2:40, I went to brush my teeth and try to sleep. As I looked into my mirror, I saw him behind me, in my room, in his work overalls and bright green shirt, wearing his brown stocking cap. He said something. I heard his voice, but I couldn't understand it. I know it was English. He was clear and not quiet. I just didn't understand what he said. I turned around and nothing. Looked back at my mirror. Nothing. I nearly pissed myself and stayed up the rest of the night, whispering, "I love you," as I got ready to stay up all night. It's now 3:30 the next night. Nothing else has happened, and I'm quite tired, so I guess I'm going to bed now. The house I lived in until I was 8 was haunted. I don't remember seeing anything from this time, and I have tried asking my parents about it, but it makes them uncomfortable to talk about as they're devout Christians, and believe that talking about things like this gives demons power. From what they have told me though, it was mostly things like shadows moving past windows. As babies, my siblings and I would point and cry at nothing. The neighbor's kid once told my dad that he saw a shadowy figure walk through our back fence and into our backyard while he was riding his bike in the school parking lot. My mom once saw my dad walk past the bathroom while she was washing her hands, only to find him laying down in bed. The room was in the opposite direction in which he had walked. When I was either 5 or 6, there was a period of a few months in which I had nightmares every single night, sometimes multiple times a night. Most of these were about a family of vampires living under my bed. I'm not sure if this has anything to do with the haunting though, as they were your standard cheesy horror movie vampires. As I said, we were raised as Christians, and every few months we would go around the house and praise a family and anoint the house in oil. It wasn't until I grew up and we moved away and never did this again that I realized this wasn't just something that Christian families do on a regular basis. Now for the juicy stuff. When I was 12, my sister and I walked across our property to ask the neighbors for something. They were in their 80s and didn't use the front bedroom of their house. However, when we got to their yard, I noticed the light was on in that room, and I stopped when I saw someone staring at us in the window. I can't remember if it was a boy or a girl, but it looked down and back up, and suddenly it had swapped genders and hair color. I was silent and frozen with fear, and I turned around to see if my sister saw it too. The little brat had abandoned me and was halfway home. Not that I blame her. We told the neighbors about an hour later, and they didn't believe us. This same year, I was at church on a Wednesday night. My mom ran the bookstore and we were there late one night while she was closing. I was walking past a long hallway that led to the children's classrooms, and I stopped when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I was on one end of the hallway, near the bookstore, and about 30 feet away at the other end of the hall was a humanoid figure that is extremely difficult to describe. That end of the hallway was completely dark. You know how when you're looking into complete darkness, and you stare at one spot, your eyes start to make something out, but when you look away, it's gone? It was like that, except I blinked several times and it didn't disappear. It was made up of what I can only describe as smoke or mist, but it was neither of those things. It was something I had never seen before or since. We stood staring at each other like that for several seconds when it seemed to realize that I could see it. It seemed startled, hopped to the side and behind a wall, and then I saw its 2 hands and head peek around the corner at me. At this point, I ran to the bookstore and told my mom, and she was visibly freaked out. She finished what she was doing and we left ASAP. As it turns out, While I was in youth group, the pastor had stopped service to pray against a presence that he said he felt. We went to a very charismatic church, speaking in tongues and all that, so it wasn't strange for him to stop service to pray for 20 plus minutes. The thing that always freaked me out the most about this is the fact that it didn't leave, even though the pastor had told it to. The next year, we moved to a new house, and when my sister went to go check out her new room, she ran out screaming and crying, saying that something had touched her. And sure as hell, there was a red handprint on her back. In the same house, my sister and I were standing in the bathroom talking, and she got scared and told me to get out. Apparently, when we were talking, a white mist floated behind us in the mirror. I was looking in the mirror and saw nothing, but I believed her, as she isn't the type to joke around about those things. She takes it as seriously as my parents do. Nothing else weird ever happened in that house. In fact, I haven't experienced anything else anywhere since then, except for my grandmother's house. My grandmother lives in the same city as our first house, and her house is haunted as well. The city isn't famously haunted or anything, so this is almost definitely a coincidence, but it's weird enough that I thought I'd mention it. I'm a 25-year-old Dutch guy. I'm not very easily scared. Never have I believed, nor will I ever believe in events that cannot be explained in some sort of way. And that's why I'm writing this, because maybe someone can explain this to me. As a baby and a toddler, I always spoke of what I called in Dutch, de nappe mennen, translated to the fake men. It was always a group of people, but there was never more than one present at the same time. At least, that is what has been told to me. I can't remember the times I spoke of them, but my mother told me I called them the fake men. In the early years of what I can remember at least. I don't see them anymore. So my parents thought I outgrew the fake men, but over the years, I more and more see some shadows in the corner of my eyes, or I see some dark figures standing in very poor lit places, always standing still, but when I try to focus on them, they disappear. I don't know if they are related, because nobody sees them when I see them, but if anyone knows anything, I'd gladly like to hear about it. I would like to preface this post by saying up until I experienced these things, I did not believe in the paranormal. I was raised Christian but was never particularly religious. Like most people, my first experience in the medical field was at a nursing home, and it was an absolutely shit tier one. Shit tier nursing homes are great first time medical jobs because the turnover rate is so high, they don't care if you have experience. As long as you have all of your licenses and certs, they will hire you. I did not, however, expect to have my first paranormal experiences, along with my first hands-on medical job. For the first few months, nothing unusual happened. I worked the night shift, and it was not uncommon to be given 20 to 30 residents to take care of, which is highly illegal. So most of the time, even if something weird happened, I would be too busy to notice. There was an old couple who lived in a room together. The only couple in the place, and the husband was declining rapidly, and this brings us to my first encounter with the paranormal. We knew he probably wasn't going to make it the night, but hoped he could pull through today's shift, since when a resident dies, there's a lot of paperwork involved, and we have to prepare the body, etc. The man's wife was hitting the call bell every few minutes saying that there were people strangling her husband. She was frantic. There was no one in the room beside us. This continued on until about 3 a.m. She stopped calling us in, but we could hear her screaming at the people to leave her husband alone and to get off of him. Attempts to console her did not work, and the man died shortly after. For the rest of the time that I worked there, about a year, this woman would talk to the people, as she called them, in her room, and it was very creepy. This did not happen before her husband died. She was totally normal before that, so I did not know what to make of this. Many times I would work the dementia unit. I would be by myself with around 20 or so people with dementia. The doors to the unit were heavy, and used an electronic lock to keep the patients from wandering off, so I was really alone. Now, it is well known that people with dementia see things that aren't there, so I won't bore you with those types of stories. We're going to talk about a specific room on this unit. For HIPPA reasons, I can't say the actual number of the room, so we will call it room 7. Room 7 was cursed. Any resident that got placed in room 7 would die within 3 weeks. They wouldn't just die though. Their entire personality would change within a couple of days of getting there. I worked with residents in other parts of the home that were as normal as a person with dementia could be, as they waited for a spot on the unit to open up. Unfortunately for them, room 7 was usually where the opening was. People who lived in that room would scream at night, become combative, refuse their medicine, and forget how to talk. I have no explanation for this. I looked over that room for mold and poor air quality but could find nothing. When it was empty, if I walked by it, the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up, and I would always shut the door when it was empty. My mom, for years, worked in a hospital that had been abandoned and recently torn down. She worked there for years, and it's the reason she believes in the paranormal. Nothing too scary happened to her, but the events definitely stuck because they're always her go-to ghost stories when reconnecting with past co-workers. The first one is one night while cleaning. She was organizing papers in what they called the kiddie psych. It wasn't necessarily used as a psych ward, but where they put kids so they weren't near the actual ward for inmates. Only her and another nurse were on that floor, and she could hear her in the kitchen doing dishes. Mom was in a small room, so there was no way she would not have seen anyone enter. She felt the heaviness of a person walking past, and knew it wasn't the other nurse because she could still hear her in the kitchen. The second has a little backstory. When the original owner fell ill, she had a hospital room in her own hospital, and had to pass ownership to her sons. She was unhappy with a lot of what they did to her hospital, and sadly passed knowing the building she loved so much was going to go to crap. Well, when she passed, the door to her hospital room would slam repeatedly anytime her sons made a decision she didn't like, and it went from being terrifying to sort of a joke. When the door would slam, you'd almost always hear a nurse respond with, "Mama Mansour is unhappy with her boys." You could also hear people running in the wards. Despite the doors being heavy and unable to be opened without a key, you could stand in the hall and feel the heaviness of people running around you. Maybe not the scariest, but everyone I know loves hearing Mom's haunted hospital stories, so I figured I'd share them here. So I work in a prison in the UK. I always like to work nights because you do 7 days on, 7 days off. Whilst on nights, I get locked onto a wing with no keys. We have a sealed pouch with a cell key inside for emergencies, or if someone is hanging and I need to get in to cut them down, etc. I'm in charge of looking after 200 plus prisoners. After a busy few hours, the landing's answering cell bells and doing my checks on people who are essentially on suicide watch. The wing starts to settle down, and through the night, I do multiple patrols. During these patrols, I've witnessed so many bizarre things. Here are just a very small portion of things that have happened to me whilst on nights. One night, I was on the 3rd floor landing doing my checks. I heard a loud bang coming from the 1's landing outside the servery. When I went to investigate, there was a broom on the floor. When I reviewed the CCTV footage, you can clearly see the broom slowly being lifted away from the wall it was resting on, and then quickly getting thrown to the ground. We have the footage burned off, and most of the people at work have seen it. We usually show it to new staff before they do their first night shift to freak them out. 2. One night we had someone overdose. He was located in cell 237. I was working the week after all this had happened, and the cell was locked off for police investigation, and was completely empty. At about 3:30 a.m. in the morning, the cell bell for 237 was pressed. At first, I didn't even know that this cell belonged to the guy that had died the previous week. But as soon as I looked into the empty cell, I realized and just froze. It takes a lot to freak me out, but I didn't walk back on that part of the landing until roll count. 3. These are some more minor but still equally as creepy things that happened just last week that prompted me to share this. Whilst walking the 3's landing, one of the showers on the 2's turned on by itself. The only way to turn it on is to press a button on the wall inside the shower. I went to investigate, and the showers were locked and lights inside turned off. This was about 2:30 a.m. Approximately 30 minutes later, I was walking down the 2's landing and an office door slammed shut. I checked the landings for open windows, and they were all shut. Again, every time I hear a noise, I always investigate and love anything creepy, but this sent shivers down my spine. Last Friday, I was home alone and at around 11 p.m. I was watching YouTube videos up in my room when I heard a knock at my door. I knew nobody was supposed to be over, so I just ignored it. They then started ringing my doorbell, so I got up and went to the front door. There is usually a light at my front door that's on, but it seemed to be burned out. But even in the dim light, I could see that it was 2 kids who looked no older than 8. I opened the front door, and I asked the kids what they were doing. It was a boy and a girl. The girl asked, "May we come in and use your phone? We got lost and can't find our way back home." I mean, it was 2 kids, so I think anyone would say yes. But something felt wrong. I couldn't figure out what it was. And I still don't know why I didn't let them in. The light at the front porch then flickered on for maybe a second or two, but when I looked at the kids, I could see their eyes were pitch black. I took a step back and slammed the door shut, locking it. It kept banging on the door for maybe 5 more minutes. It sounded like the door was going to fly off the hinges any second, but then it finally stopped. I didn't get any sleep that night, and I haven't really slept well since. My name is Kate, and I'm a 19-year-old female. I've been living with my boyfriend since late December of this year, after his father died. My boyfriend's father was his hero. Got him on a straight and narrow. Unfortunately, on December 8th, his father had a massive heart attack and died on the scene. Now, on to the experiences I've had in our studio apartment, and one experience at my boyfriend's childhood home. 1. The day after the passing, I packed up a small bag and went to stay with my boyfriend and his stepmom to help them cook, clean the house, feed the pets, and get things ready for the small memorial party after the services. I was cooking breakfast for them and I poked my head out of the kitchen to ask how they wanted their eggs. I felt something hit me on the top of the head. I look over next to me, and the package of paper towels that were sitting on top of the fridge had fallen somehow, even though they were in a little basket. 2. I had painted on some canvases for my boyfriend's apartment. We hung up a painting I had done on Frankenstein's monster in the kitchen next to the cooktops. We had a light frame made for it, and a thumbtack held it to the wall. One night, while we were asleep, we both hear a loud thud. I wake up, asking him frantically if he heard it too. He got out of bed, flicked on the light, and saw my painting in the kitchen laying on the floor. It was completely out of frame. It was staple gun too. And the thumbtack was broken in half and sticking out of the wall. 3. Due to the virus, I work from home and my boyfriend works limited hours at his job. I'm home alone from about 10:30 to 6 every day. I'm sitting and doing my work and I could swear to God I hear the sound of something frying in oil in the kitchen. I get up and check if I had left the stove on. I didn't. I could still hear the popping noises of frying food, and it was loud as soon as I got over to the stove. I moved the pan to put it away, and the noise stopped as soon as it came. I hear this frying noise some days a few minutes before my break for lunch at 1 p.m. 4. This experience is not at the apartment or the childhood home, but it is relevant. I went to my mom's place to stop home and get some things. My boyfriend was out getting some food. Me and my mom started to talk about the falling out between us and the stepmom. I'm telling her about the abuse that my boyfriend's father had put up with, and that I only knew about after his death. One time, the stepmom and my boyfriend's dad were vacationing together down in Louisiana. They got into an argument and she scratches his face with her nails, making him bleed. She steals his keys, wallet, and phone and kicks him out of the hotel. He had to call my boyfriend on a payphone to ask for his card numbers so he could order a plane ticket home. Anyways, I was telling my mom of this very incident, and we heard a thud and something skidding on the wood floor. I go into the hallway and see one of the pictures is gone and it's on the playroom floor off of its hook. Having gone at least 5 or 6 feet from its original hook, I call my mom over to show her, and she freaks out a little. She's a devout Catholic, and she has had a lot of strange things happen in my childhood home after her brother died. But to quote her, nothing this aggressive. To clarify, I started to date my boyfriend in early October, and had only met his dad a few times. Sweetheart of a man. Loved my art, loved me. Told me and his son that we were perfect together, and was a welcoming person. My boyfriend told me that he would have loved for me to meet his dad more, because he really did like me as a person. So I'm just wondering what this could be. Is it my boyfriend's dad? Another one of our family members? Or something that attached itself to my boyfriend or me while we were grieving, feeding off of our self-destructive behavior and stupid choices? I don't know myself. So I'm just asking for advice on what to possibly do if things get worse. When I was 12, me and my best friend were out late on Halloween, early All Saints Day. Halloween was on Friday. This was almost 3 a.m. on Saturday. We were walking home after spending a few hours creating mischief around town, including rolling the little police station. The town only had about 1,500 people, so the police station was only the size of a large storage building. We were bummed because we were not ready to go home. As we made our way down the street, I had a brilliant idea. I suggested we explore the old haunted house. The house was built in the 1800s. It was a large 3-story Victorian, with the balconies, large columns flanking the large double front door. Legend said after the last member of the original family died, the house was rented out twice, and both times the family left in the middle of the first night in the house, with only the clothes on their backs, and refused to go back to get their stuff, even leaving their clothes. The house had sat empty for almost 50 years. Neighbors had always reported strange sounds and lights coming from the house. Greg looked at it for a minute and finally said okay. I could always talk him into anything. We walk up and forced the front door open halfway and squeezed in. I checked my watch. It was exactly 3 a.m. Immediately we heard some growling coming from the next room over. I told Greg to watch out for the dog. I figured if we ran into it, we could tame it, but just in case, let's avoid it. We should have taken heed. We were in a large foyer. There was a door to the right, left, and then offset to the left in the center. On the right wall was a large flowing staircase. Since the growling was coming from the left, as best as we could tell, we went to the right. The growling followed us, but always stayed one room away. But going back, we still couldn't see a dog, and the sound had moved another room away. We made our way around the bottom floor. It was in a large circle. As we did, we began to hear other sounds that we couldn't identify. Then we moved to the second floor. The growling followed us. The other noises increased. There was 4 bedrooms on this level. As we went through them, the armors, dressers, dressing tables, and other furniture were still full of clothes and other personal items. Mattresses were still on the beds. Well, what was left of them? All rooms had water damage to the ceilings and walls. There was a smaller yet still fancy staircase on the 3rd floor. We headed up. The first thing we noticed as we started up the stairs was that there was a huge hole in the roof, where it had collapsed. Parts of the roof littered the floor. Right as we stepped on the top landing, we were swarmed by a group of bats. They were just normal insect bats. But it was still unnerving. We stepped over the debris as we inspected the 3 bedrooms on this level. We entered the middle room and disturbed a flock of blackbirds, which also swarmed us. With the growling getting louder, the other sounds getting louder and more numerous, the bats, the blackbirds, really set us on edge. We finished looking at the last room and decided to leave. Since we were both getting nervous with all the commotion going on, we made our way back down, disturbing another set of bats on the 2nd floor, which I wondered why we didn't disturb them on the way up. We got down to the main floor, looked around one last time for the dog, or at this point, I wondered if it was a coyote because that was no dog growl. Everything was quieter other than the growling and all the other noises, until I stepped out the front door, and there were several cop cars and fire trucks all over the lawn and street. I looked to my right, and I could see where the house was on fire. Matter of fact, I could see a hole in the side of the house large enough for a man to step through to the dining room. Startled, I backed back into the house and looked into the dining room. No hole, no fire, nothing. I stepped back through the door and was almost ran over by 2 firemen with a hose, headed in the house. It seemed they didn't see us. We walked across the lawn and stepped behind the police line, as all the neighbors had came out to see the commotion. We were not seen until we stepped behind the police line. A cop told us it was too early for kids to be out. and we needed to get home. We agreed. I looked at my watch again. It was 3:03. We walked out at the exact same time we walked in. I was confused, but decided not to question it. The cop verified that it was just 3. The house burned down to ashes that morning. Mom picked me up that afternoon, and we had to go by one of her friends' houses. As we walked in that lady's house, I felt this strange vibration type feeling. It wasn't a vibration, that's just the only way I can describe it. I've never felt it before, but I have felt it a lot since. I didn't understand what it was, but it quit as soon as I left. This happened several more times over the years. I learned to ignore it until I was 16. I walked into a friend's house that I had never been to, but there was a lot of us there. We were going to watch a movie. I stepped in her house and there was that feeling, but this time it was a different feeling. It was still a vibration type feeling, but different from what I had experienced before. When suddenly a couple of people screamed. They said they saw a scary looking figure looking through the doorway watching them. That's when our host said her house was haunted. At this point I connected the feelings, the haunted house, and spirits. A few more years passed, and I still didn't know anything about the vibration feeling. I was at another friend's house one day when his mother pulled out a Ouija board. I knew better, so I went into the other room. A few moments later I felt the second feeling, strongly. I suddenly understood what was going on. I got up and stepped back in the other room and told the mother to close out the session. She said she was just talking to Bruce, a good spirit, that she had talked to several times. I told her no, that spirit was evil. I don't know how I knew that, I just did. But before I even said it was evil, the planchette said, "Kill Randy." Me. Mom asked why. It said he's dangerous to me. That's when I said it's evil. As soon as I said it's evil, the planchette flew across the room, missing my head by just 1/4 of an inch. I didn't flinch at all, even when it hit the wall hard enough to leave a small hole in it. I walked over to the board, placed my hand on it, and said you must leave and you're not allowed to ever return here. There was a large electric feeling, and the board jumped about 2 inches off the table. She never contacted that spirit again. Honestly, I've never been a believer of paranormal or supernatural things, so I always brushed it off as a prank, but it doesn't make any sense. This story is kind of long, but I was trying to make sense of it with my friend, Sarah, and she told me I should just post it here. I was walking my dog around my neighborhood with Sarah, and everything seemed normal. Along the left side of one of the streets, there's this old wooden fence with an opening in it, so you could walk through it if you wanted to. Behind it, there are trees and a trail. If you follow the trail for only 10 seconds, it takes you to this big, open field. Keep in mind these woods are very small, and there aren't many trees so you can see anyone who is in them. When I walk past it, I always cross the street because it creeped me out for some reason. I was just about to cross the street when this boy who was probably about 17 jumped out from the fence, looked right at me and laughed. He was laughing and waved me on to come with him. He walks back in and I could no longer see him. Me being extremely dumb, ran with my dog into the woods, where I didn't see him anymore, which confused me, because I was only 5 seconds behind him. My friend is yelling for me, asking why I did that, and I said to see what the boy wanted. She was very confused and asked me what boy. I thought she was joking and told her to come with me. If he was in there, I would have to see him considering there isn't anywhere to go or hide, because the woods are fenced in and quite small. I go out onto the field to see if he was there, and he wasn't. My dog started to bark at nothing, which was strange because she never barks at anything. She told me she was confused and asked me what boy, and I told her what happened. She said she didn't see or hear any boy. She was on her phone at the time, so she wouldn't have seen him, but his laugh was so loud, it sounded like he was right next to us. I don't really know why she didn't hear him. She didn't have headphones on, and we weren't talking at the moment this happened. She said she didn't believe me, and to stop messing with her. With that, she fell on the ground, and I was like, why did you do that? My dog starts barking directly at Sarah, and she tells me it felt like she was pushed. After that, she got up, and we ran out of there all the way home. I know this sounds fake, and there could be a reasonable explanation, but we still sometimes try to come up with some reason and can't really figure it out. I always just said it was some boy who was messing with us, but looking back, it doesn't make any sense. Also note that we lived in a really small town, and I had never seen him before. If we're gonna say it was some boy, it's possible he was from a different town or state, but this was something people in our neighborhood only knew about, and it was all the way back in the neighborhood. We both just say it was a ghost who was messing around, but honestly, it seemed weird that he would have pushed her to the ground that hard. It seemed aggressive for a ghost, but then again, I don't know anything about it, so maybe ghosts are just like that. Anyway, if anyone knows what it was, please let me know. This happened when I was 18. Me and a workmate were working late. We worked at a restaurant called Valentine's. If you're curious, I'm from New Zealand. Anyways, I was letting out the last customers before closing for the night. I thanked them and locked all the doors in the restaurant so we could start cleaning up. It was raining heavily, and it was stormy weather, which isn't out of the ordinary for New Zealand, but it was crazy and creeped us workers out because the power and lights kept flickering on and off. Me and my mate were the last workers to finish up. My mate, being the manager, had told everyone to finish up since we didn't have a lot to do, but asked if one of us could stay. I offered to stay. We were having a good laugh and chat, and I would say we had been cleaning for about an hour until we heard a massive bang in the reception area. It sounded like the door. A guy came running in, asking if he could use the bathroom, and he looked desperate, soaked to the bone, and sad, looking like he'd been crying. So me and my mate said okay, sure. I thought to myself, I'm sure I locked the door. Maybe the crazy wind blew it open. I went and shut the door, but didn't lock it, so the guy who ran in could get out. Me and my mate decided to have a break, so we sat down, started eating, and talked for a good 30 minutes, and then we both noticed that the guy that wanted to use the bathroom hadn't come out yet. My mate went to check on him and said he wasn't in the toilet, so we kinda assumed he ducked out without us knowing, so I went back to the door left unlocked and locked it. Within that few minutes, I was walking back to the table to finish my meal. The door smashed open again, and the same guy came in asking the same thing. I was kind of freaked out. I turned to my mate, who was freaked out more than I was, and my friend was signaling for me to look into the tinted windows that were in front of me. The lights started flickering on and off again, which made it hard for me to figure out what my friend was trying to signal me to do. I looked behind me, and the guy was still standing there. I turned and looked in the window, and I noticed the person had no reflection. My heart was racing, and I kept my eyes on my friend. We both said he could use the toilet. My friend is psychic, or has some gift. Said third time around isn't a good sign, so he told me to leave everything, and we locked the restaurant immediately. Nothing ever happened after that, but it was creepy. It's probably my only intense experience I've had. Later on, we discovered that the theme park that is built across the road from the restaurant also experienced things as well. They've had more bad ones, where workers would end up sick. Some say it's because it's built on an old cemetery. I'm 30 right now, and I still remember it as if it happened yesterday. Something really weird happened to me last night. Before I start, I would just like to clarify that this is most likely not a ghost that I encountered, but there seems to be some strange coincidences associated with this encounter. So last night, I threw on a movie called Cabin 28, I believe is the name. Apparently it's based off an actual unsolved murder that occurred in a cabin, where these people were ambushed by a group of people wearing masks. Anyways, when I turned the movie on, I was thinking about whether or not watching horror movies like this one can lead to manifesting negative things. I get scared easily when watching horror movies alone, and I had wondered to myself if watching scary movies was a good idea in case that fear can manifest itself in reality. So I continued watching the movie. While the movie was playing, I had become distracted by my phone and decided to throw on some music to clear my mind. So I threw my AirPods in and walked into my kitchen area, and I saw someone walk past my house on the sidewalk out the front door. Mind you, almost every light source in my house is off except for the TV in the living room. When I saw the person walk by, I had taken a mental note of how you don't really see many people walking around this late at night. But I quickly dismissed the thought and turned around while listening to music. I looked towards the back end of the house. After a few moments, I saw someone pop up beside my kitchen side door. I immediately became extremely frightened and walked up to the door to stare this person down. I can vividly remember the muscles on my face tensing up, feeling a rush of adrenaline and emotions due to the surprise, and thought of someone trying to break into my home. I raised my finger and pointed at them, but I couldn't gather the courage to say anything. They had raised their hand to knock, but didn't get a chance before they realized I was standing in the doorway. With our motion sensor light had turned on, and I saw someone who was probably in their mid-20s, around my age, and they were wearing a hat, jacket, and a black mask. They removed the mask to tell me, "I think this is the wrong house," and proceeded to turn around and walk around my neighbor's house only to disappear. When I tried to look for them out the front windows, I couldn't find them at all. When looking down the street, the creepy thing about this whole scenario is when I looked at the clock, the time was 3:33 a.m., which to my understanding is midway through the witching hour, as well as that series of numbers in particular time holds some spiritual significance. The whole situation creeped me out because 1, it's very possible and highly likely that the person could have very much been telling the truth and was supposed to go see a friend or something and ended up going to the wrong house. Or 2, they were either casing my home and considering breaking in to rob it. Or 3, due to the coincidence of the time and the bizarreness of the whole situation, maybe there was something paranormal taking place. Regardless of whether they were a real person or what the motive is, the reason I'm posting this story is because I wanted to know if there are any myths, urban legends, or potential spiritual or paranormal significance related to such an occurrence, especially considering the timing of the whole thing. Any answers are greatly appreciated. I've always experienced weird things happening to me, but mainly when a loved one would pass. I grew up in a very traditional old-school Roman Catholic Italian family, my mother being 100% and my father is 100% Irish. But if you know anything about being Italian, mainly the Italian culture takes over in the household, or at least in my household, and anyone I knew. My Italian side family was very superstitious, like the Malacchio, the evil eye, would get you if you didn't pray to such and such saint. We all wore our gold Italian horns for this fact as well. Still to this day I do. You gotta go visit the graves after Sunday church, or you'll upset Aunt Marianne, blah blah blah. If you're Italian, you'll 120% understand what I mean by old school Italian superstition. My grandmother came from the boat in the early 30s, and her family were considered gypsies. She had the tarot cards and claimed she could speak with those who passed on. Of course, everyone thought she was nuts, but I honestly think she was telling the truth from my experiences. So here comes the good part. My pop-pop died when I was going into the 1st grade. Unfortunately, he passed from a heart attack in his sleep, and my mom tried to save him by doing everything the 911 operator told her to do. She called my mother, aunt, and uncle, and as they were pulling up into the hospital, that's when he finally was pronounced dead. Since I was only 6 or 7 at the time, I was home asleep with my father, stayed home with myself and my little brother. My dreams that night, knowing nothing about my pop-pop, until the following morning, were of him. I remember him in his red flannel, giving me a hug, and then telling me he loved me and told me there's money in the wall. When I woke up, my mother and father sat me down to explain death and what happened to my pop-pop. He was a really great man. He never cursed and loved my mom with all his heart. I wish I got to know him longer. That day, the whole family went to my mom's house. And when I say the whole family, I mean the whole family. 2nd cousins, 3rd cousins, and so on. As my family is preparing and comforting my mom, my uncle started knocking on walls. And what does he find in the wall? $100,000 that my pop-pop left for my mom in case anything were to happen. They lived through the Depression, so this is very common. Once again, a few years down the road after everything was said and done with my pop-pop, my mom decided that their 55 and up community house was too much for her and wanted to move somewhere smaller, as my mom, aunt, and uncle were to help her pack her things and move. I was playing my Game Boy. This was the early 2000s. I vividly remembered sitting on her couch and looking up down the hallway into my mom's bedroom, and in the door was my pop-pop in his red flannel, waving at me. I rubbed my eyes, and he was gone. I remember not being afraid, but happy to see him again. I told my mom, but I don't think she really believed me, as much as she said she did. After that, I would witness more weird things, but nothing that I have time to explain right now. When I was in high school, though, I remember having a terrible week. Just awful. I had an awful gut feeling that something extremely bad was going to happen. Saturday morning, my friend called me to tell me that my other friend's mother had just passed. My mom, the one that my pop passed, suffered a stroke about 4 years ago. It was an extremely hard and sad thing to see and visit her in the nursing home. She was always a very energetic person and loved cheeseburgers and sweet and sours. When she lost her speech, I could only make out a few words here and there. The week before she passed, she was sitting in the sunroom that the nursing home offered. Like I said, it was very difficult to understand her because of the stroke. She said to me, "Oh, you brought Joe with you." The only time I could clearly understand what she said, Joe was the name of my pop who passed, her husband. This is when I started questioning myself. So I asked her, "Pop is here?" And she said, "Yeah, he's standing right next to you in a red flannel." That kind of creeped me out, but at the same time, I'm such a family person, I felt very comfortable. As I sat with her, basically all three of us had a conversation and we were hanging out. Even though I couldn't see my pop or hear him, it just felt so warm in the room that day. I felt happy. It was really nice. Once she passed, that's when things really started to show. My mom and I were very close. She was literally my best friend, and we just got along so well. I also was the only girl of her grandchildren. As Italians, we believe that it takes a week for a spirit to move on. A week after her funeral, my mother is a nurse, and next to the hospital she works at is a daycare. And at the time, myself and my aunt, my mother's sister, worked at this daycare. My mother calls me and said that she was in a filing room by herself, and she smelled roses. There are no windows in this room, and the room is barely available or used. We buried our mom with those rosary beans that were made with rose petals that we got when we went to Italy. Literally when she called me and my aunt, we also smelled the roses too. The smell was very strong. It was very strange. We basically took that as my mom flew over to us to tell us that she is okay, and that she is with Pop now. I started to smell roses whenever I was having a rough time. So now let me take you to 2 years ago. My aunt, my mom's sister, passed away very unexpectedly and terribly. She had a brain bleed that went unnoticed and unfortunately went into a coma for 2 weeks. I know this post is long, but I have a lot of backstory with my aunt. Not to speak ill of the dead, and I absolutely love my aunt with all of my heart, but she was considered the black sheep of my family. She had many mental illnesses and didn't get along with her children, and sometimes with the rest of the family. But with me, she loved me and did anything and everything for me. We were extremely close, and I would joke around with her, and my mom saying she was my real mom. She would always call me my beautiful baby niece. We had to take her off of life support, and I didn't want my aunt to be alone, even though she wasn't there cognitively. So my mother and I they pulled the plug and took her off of life support. That night, and for many nights, I mean months, I would have a dream about her, and these dreams were extremely vivid. We would have long conversations that I clearly can remember. The night she passed, she came to my dream and told me that she didn't know where she was, and she hoped that I wasn't upset with her, and that she left. The following night she came back, and I have to add her hair was always a different color because she always dyed her hair. She gave me a huge hug and said, "I love you, my beautiful baby niece. We need to stop hugging or the men will start to like it." That was just her sense of humor. Every single night for months, she would visit my dreams. She was always at work. She hated that place, which makes me believe she was in purgatory. And we would just have long conversations about life and what happened, and her making sure I was okay. I started to smell potpourri, which was her house smell, at night after my dreams of her, and when I was in the car going to work. I once almost got into a really bad accident, and I smelled potpourri right before. There's so many other things that have happened, but this post is getting longer than I thought. But even my brother, who is extremely against ghost stories and doesn't believe in those things, once said to my mom at a very young age that I could see things that he couldn't. So this happened about a year ago. Here's a little backstory. I'm the youngest grandchild on both sides of my family. All of my grandparents died in a sequence. One died when I was 1, 2, 3, except for my paternal grandfather. Because I never knew my other grandparents, I knew I had to be the close to my last grandparent. He lived with my aunt, and she would babysit me when I was little when my parents worked. I was extremely close to him. Even when I got my license and had the opportunities to be with friends, I chose to visit him. One day he told me that I was his favorite grandchild and my aunt's favorite nephew. After telling me that, I knew that I really meant something to him. He ended up passing in 2016 when I was a senior in high school. That day was the worst day of my life. My parents and my aunts and uncles rallied around me because they knew that I would be the only grandchild to take his death hard. Every week I would visit my grandparents' gravesite and clean it up from weeds and grass. Skip forward to last year. I went to the headstone and did my weekly cleaning. Before I left, I placed my hand on the headstone and bowed my head and let out a few tears. As I raised my head and opened my tear-soaked eyes, I could see this man in army attire staring at me a few rows ahead. Now it's worth noting that my grandfather was in the army during World War II, and my aunt had his picture and awards hanging in the house. I knew exactly who that man was from the picture. My grandfather as a young man was staring at me. I don't know why, but fear rose in me. I turned and ran to my car and drove away. Here's the thing. I wasn't scared, just baffled. Skip forward to that night. I was in my bed doing homework late. My phone started vibrating and flashing. I turned the phone over and couldn't believe my eyes. The caller ID read, Grandpa. I knew it couldn't be real because my aunt disconnected his phone already. I quickly answered it and was met with static. I said, hello? 2 times before I heard the words Adam and Hito in his voice. After, the static filled the air and the call was disconnected. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept my phone next to me just in case he called again. The next morning, I looked at my recent call list, and just as I figured no call was listed, I know I'm not crazy. I know what I saw that day in the cemetery, and that night. When I was young, I stayed at my aunt's house a lot due to my mom and my dad working a lot. There were many times that my younger brother and I stayed overnight. The house we stayed at was located on Roseway Road in El Paso, Texas. I knew nothing about the paranormal at the time, but little did I know what I would witness would change my life forever. My aunt was on the phone talking with someone, and I was watching TV. It was daytime, and what she started talking about caught my attention. She said, well, last night I walked into my husband's room, and I saw an old lady in a white dress standing over him just watching him. My uncle and aunt didn't have a very good relationship due to his abuse of alcohol, so my aunt would sleep in the living room on the sofa. Then she said. Then the old lady looked up at me and stared for about 30 seconds and just vanished. That story shook me as I overheard her words as she spoke on the phone. I wasn't comfortable in her house anymore. Days later, I heard her talking on the phone again, saying maybe this lady left unfinished business behind. My aunt believed that her house contained maybe some kind of buried treasure, or that this lady left money behind within the house. I didn't believe her. I thought maybe she watched too many movies. One night, my whole family had a family gathering and we sat at the dining room table playing cards. Of course, my father and uncles were drinking and all were having a good time. The table was followed by the kitchen down a dark hallway that led to all the bedrooms. Down the dark hallway, a tall black shadow walked by, and I quickly turned my head to see who it was. It wasn't human, and it was all black from head to toe. I didn't notice that the whole table of my family suddenly grew quiet. They all stared down at the dark hallway. One of my uncles said, "Did you see that?" Everybody at the table had a shocked look on their face. My uncle then said, "There's someone in the house." He then got up and headed toward to follow the shadow to investigate. He then came back and said, "Nobody's over there, and all the rooms are dark and quiet." The mood quickly changed, and the night was no longer fun for anybody. Years later, my family had a Thanksgiving get-together once again at my aunt's house on Roseway. At the time, camcorders were a big thing. This was the late 90s, so yeah. The sun went down, and all of the family was watching TV in the living room. I started playing with the camcorder and started to record. I thought it was so cool and walked around the house with it. My aunt said, "John, don't go too far. The rooms are dark, and nobody's in them. Please leave the doors to the rooms closed." I agreed, and went on with my adventure with this device that astonished me. Hey, I was a kid, so anything like this in the 90s blew my mind. I walked to my uncle's bedroom, filming as I walked. Then I thought to myself, imagine if something were to happen. How cool would it be to capture it on camera? I stopped at the closed door, and I heard light scratching. Then from the other side of the door, I heard 3 knocks, and suddenly the door started opening. I thought to myself, maybe somebody's in there. As the door opened, the room was pitch black dark. Then I saw as the door opened, there was a tall shadow standing near the bed of my uncle. I ran screaming, and my dad asked me what was going on. I told him what happened, and he brushed it off as me seeing things. I showed him the video that I recorded, and he quickly said, "Who is that?" He got up and went to my uncle to show him. They both looked confused, and my uncle walked to his room. He checked the room and came back to tell us nobody was in there. I was scared from then on in that house. Over the years growing up, I would see the shadow all the time. It was usually quick, then would disappear. When I was about 14, my cousin had a friend over. Outside in the backyard, my uncle had a huge garage. It looked like a warehouse, and he and my 2 cousins would work on cars. My cousin's friend kept looking around and looked very uncomfortable. He then told my cousin that he had to leave. My cousin asked, why? Then his friend said, "The spirits are making me feel really uncomfortable." He said that he was sensitive and that he could see spirits. I didn't believe him and left. Then he told my cousin that there are many spirits here, and some of them had bad intentions. He said that one was a man dressed like an Indian. He then said some of the spirits are angry because this was their land, and now you live here. My cousin's friend quickly left and never came back after that. I just thought he was crazy. The radio in the garage would turn on at random times during the night on max. The music that would play would be oldies. It would turn off and turn on many times. A couple of years later, I was about 17 years old, and I needed extra money. My uncle told me that if I cleaned the yard, he would give me $50. I jumped on it quickly. I showed and started cleaning the yard. It was a huge yard next to the garage. The sun was going down as I was finishing cutting the grass. Suddenly the lawnmower turned off, and I couldn't get it on. I messed with it, and as I looked to get it working again, I could see a silhouette of a person standing right in front of me. I turned quickly to see who was watching me, and no one was there. I had the chills, and I felt very uneasy after this. I got the lawnmower working again, and finished as fast as I could. I had the feeling the whole time that someone or something was watching me. This was my last encounter. My uncle that owned the house ended up divorcing my aunt. My aunt moved out. My uncle soon got in trouble with the law, and he was involved in embezzling money from the city. He went to court and ended up going to jail. The land that my uncle and aunt lived on turned out to belong to the city and was never paid for. My uncle lost the house and the land. He got out of jail and soon passed away after being released. My wife has a hard time going to funerals, and I made her go to this one. I wasn't really close to my uncle, but I grew up spending a remainder of my time growing up in that house. That night, my soundbar and my television turned on at 3:20 a.m. Static came through, and we can hear what sounded like church music or a choir singing. My wife freaked out, and soon after the soundbar turned off. I really don't know what it was on the soundbar. Could be anything. The land that my uncle owned is still there on Roseway Road in El Paso, Texas. The house and garage were torn down, and all that remains there is an empty lot. I hope he can rest in peace. I believe everything happens for a reason. These experiences got me into the paranormal, and I ended up being a ghost hunter. These experiences shaped me into the person I am today. I have many other stories, but that's for another time. I'm a 26-year-old student, going to university studying veterinary medicine. Was struggling financially, and when the virus hit my country, I decided that I needed to find a job. Got a job in a nursing home. I do the night shift, from 8 p.m. till 8 a.m. When I first started, I didn't notice anything strange, but as time goes by, I'm feeling more and more uneasy. The first thing I noticed was the hand dryers in the common bathrooms going off for no reason. Only for a few seconds. 2 to 3 seconds tops. I thought, okay, that's weird, but whatever. The next thing that happened directly to me was really terrifying. I was downstairs. Mind you, this is a 150-year-old institution, and it's an old house despite the work they did here, and there's 3 floors. And the hand dryer from downstairs is the most active one. So I was there alone and had my phone in my jacket pocket. Was walking around going to the coffee machine, and all of a sudden my phone gets yanked from my pocket and smashes against the floor. I picked it up and noped out of there like no tomorrow. The screen broke, and once in a while, one of the emergency bells, the ones that elders press when in trouble in the bathroom, goes off. And we panic because it's a really loud ring and different from the ones in the rooms, and it usually means that someone is in trouble in the bathroom. Usually they fall on the floor. So we rush there all the time and there is no one in there. One night, I was dozing to sleep for a while and I opened my eyes and saw a dark male figure sitting in the room across from me just watching me. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me and closed my eyes and fell asleep. This one happened yesterday night. The most terrifying so far. I was feeling tired, so I went to the room next to the nurse's office. There are some long chairs there, so I thought I was going to lay down for a little bit. When I got there, I felt uneasy, like someone was watching me. But I thought, hey, stop being crazy. It's all in your head. I dozed asleep, a very light sleep. Then like 20 minutes in, I woke up to the chair shaking uncontrollably. I got up and fell. Thought it was an earthquake. Ran to the other room where my colleagues were and asked, "Did you feel the earth shaking?" And they were confused and said, "No, you're probably dreaming," and laughed it off. But I know what I felt, and it terrifies me. A few years ago, my family went to visit my Aunt Sherry. The trip was pretty normal until the last night. I was sleeping in the office with those French doors you can see through. I was wide awake. Couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard I tried. Then I heard someone speak. It was so clear it was almost as if they were right next to me. "Can I come in?" I shot right up. At first, I thought it was my younger brother because the voice was so high. There was no one in the room, and I couldn't see anyone through the door. Later that night, I felt the bed move down. It felt like someone had gotten in bed next to me. I was too freaked out to turn around. When I woke up the next morning, the house smelled like piss. I walked into the kitchen to find that my aunt had peed herself and was freaking out about some ghost girl. She started crying and yelling about how it wasn't safe at her house. My mom doesn't believe in ghosts or anything like that. When I told my mom I had heard something strange that night, she told me not to tell Aunt Sherry. I'll just freak her out even more. She's already hysterical. I agreed not to tell my aunt. Eventually, Aunt Sherry calmed down and we left that night. We promised to call her when we got home. When we called, she didn't answer. We figured she had just gone to bed. The next day, we found out she died. Unknown cause. I regret leaving her alone that night. I also regret not telling her what I heard. She might have had comfort knowing someone else felt a presence too. My entire life I have had very strange encounters with the supernatural, and I'm just going to list some of them below in hopes there's someone out there who maybe has answers or can relate. 1. I actually don't remember this, but it's a story told by my parents and older brother to this day. When my brother and I were kids, my parents were Sunday school teachers, but stopped when I was 3, and religion was never a huge topic in our household. This story happened when I was 2. I was very articulate at an early age and could converse easily. My family says I was lying on my parents' bed just coloring and rambling as toddlers do, and I looked up and said, "I remember when I picked you to be my family." My parents didn't want to scare me, but wanted a little bit more of an answer and said, "What?" And I said, "I sat in God's lap, and he let me choose, and I chose you." And I just went back to coloring. Not a completely shock-worthy story, but for a toddler to say something so matter-of-factly at such a young age is crazy. I had no grasp on religion, and our Sunday school wasn't anything more than just regular daycare. There were no religious topics, nothing that could have given me that idea. Just odd, but kinda sweet. 2. From about 2 to 8 or 9, I vividly remember seeing what I call my guardian angel, but in all honesty, I have no idea who she was. The very first memory I have of her was when I was about 2 and laying in my bed one night. I woke up in the middle of the night and looked next to me and saw this woman lying next to me. The thing is though that she looked identical to my mother, which is who I assumed it was at first, and I just went back to sleep. That same incident happened a lot of times until I was about 4, and it happened, and the next morning I asked my mom why she would come sleep in my room so often, and she just looked at me weird and said she never comes and sleeps in my bed. It was a twin, why would she? That's when said angel started coming around way more often. I saw her everywhere. She still resembled my mother, and I never really questioned it. I think I never questioned it because of the feeling this angel gave me. A sense of warmth and comfort, to put it simply. I knew she was not of this world, but I really did like having her around. She stopped showing up randomly one day, and I still wonder what she was and why she hung around. 3. Speaking of my mother, she has a major history with the paranormal. I'd have to make an entirely new thread to go through her stories. They're insane, and honestly make me question if she's the reason I've had the experiences I've had throughout my life. This next event happened when I was in about 10th grade. I was a student athlete, so when I came home from school and practice in the afternoons, I always wanted to take a nap. Nothing weird. Until I started experiencing sleep paralysis. At first, it was literally just paralysis, nothing more. Then it started to progress. I would always have my closet door closed, and while experiencing the sleep paralysis, the closet would open, and I could hear faint but deep voices whispering to me in a harsh tone, if that makes sense. Then I'd wake up completely drenched in sweat. The scariest time this happened, I'd come home from practice but wasn't tired at all. I'd called my mom on my way home, and she said she wouldn't be too far behind me, and we should go eat and go to a movie. I was excited and just lying on my stomach in my bed, facing away from my bedroom door, just scrolling through my phone, killing time. Again, not tired or planning on napping. All of a sudden, I'm experiencing sleep paralysis. I have always had the habit of closing doors behind me, and I know I closed my bedroom door behind me. During this incident, it was the first time I had an out-of-body experience. I could see myself still lying on my bed. I was on the other side of me, crouched into my bedroom corner, and I could see my door creaking open until it was fully open. I was in shock and quite honestly about to shit my pants. I could literally feel the room shift into darkness and see the hall light, which had been off, start to flicker. Then nothing for what felt like forever. And out of nowhere, the loudest and scariest voice I have ever heard screaming in a language I've never heard, and slamming the door open and closed. It was shaking the walls, and I was crouched down still covering my ears, and it kept going until I finally got the idea to start praying. It finally stopped, and I woke up drenched in sweat and booked it out of my house. My mom coincidentally pulled up at the same time, and I made myself believe it was just a really scary dream. And until we came back home, and I went to my room and noticed all the things on my walls had been knocked down. I didn't notice before because I hightailed it out of there. I haven't experienced anything that intense since then, and I hope I never do. I'm starting to feel quite uneasy about this. I posted an incident a while back about something mimicking my boyfriend's voice while staying at his apartment. Strange things happened there, so even though it was a terrifying experience, it seemed to fit with the surroundings. However, we have since broken up, and now my children are hearing things at our home. For the last several months, my 5-year-old daughter has come to me from another room asking what I wanted. Since I never called for her, I was always quite confused and sort of chalked it up to her imagination, or her mishearing due to a TV, or one of my other children. But the last time she came to me, she seemed very concerned. She said that I had called for her, and it sounded like I was sad or hurt. I asked her if she was sure that it was my voice, and she confirmed that it was me. I assured her that I was fine and that I didn't call to her. I felt bad telling her that she probably heard something else or someone outside because I don't want her to think I don't believe her or that she's going crazy. But I don't know what else to tell her, especially because I don't even know what's happening. Then, this morning I came home from work around 5 a.m. 2 of my children were home and sleeping, so I went to my bedroom and closed the door. I was scrolling through social media and reading articles as I usually do to unwind before going to sleep. And at about 5:30 to 5:45, I hear a knock at my door. It's my 16-year-old son asking me what I wanted him to do. I was completely confused as to what he was talking about, so I opened the door to him, and he asked what it was I wanted him to do. I told him I had no idea what he was talking about, and that I'd just gotten home from work at about 5 and had been in my room ever since. His face turned completely white as he told me that he was just woken up to me knocking loudly on his door and telling him to get out of bed now. He said I sounded angry, and so he woke up and started to get dressed. He then heard me knocking again, telling him to hurry up and get out of his room. My room is maybe 10 feet from his, so I should have heard this happening, even with my door closed, but I heard nothing. He started to panic because he knew for sure he was wide awake by the second knock, because he was getting dressed by then. I told him that I had read about things like this, and that it's possible that maybe me from another dimension crossed over momentarily, and he happened to be able to hear it. I didn't want to discredit his experience because I believe he did hear me, but I don't know if I believe in the explanation I gave him. I don't want to tell him anything about doppelgangers because I didn't want to scare him, but I'm at a loss to what is happening to us. Recently, we have had a lot of what I would call paranormal activity around us. I posted in a glitch in the Matrix sub the other day about a credit card I lost at work suddenly appearing in a box at home. And there was another incident shortly after where a PDF file downloaded itself onto my son's computer while he was home alone. The PDF was a handbook for teens getting their driving permit, which is something he and I discussed a few days prior, but hadn't looked into yet. Anyway, if anyone takes the time to read this and has any explanation, please let me know. Should I be as worried as I am? My freshman year of high school, I worked at a rehab center as a dietary aide. The majority of patients there were elderly folk, so there had been a few deaths. It was the beginning of my shift, and I had just gotten out of school, so I was in a hurry to get out to the basement, where the kitchen was. The layout of the building was pretty simple. All patients were roomed on the first floor, and the dining room was also on the first. The basement had the laundry room, kitchen, break room, and physical therapy room. The laundry room is in the hallway right before the kitchen. I was walking past and I saw an outline of a person walking toward me in the dark. It really freaked me out, so I just pretended like I didn't notice and jogged to the kitchen door. I put it out of my head until later so I could focus on my job. But later, between serving dinner, I talked to the cook. I was mostly like, that was scary. Do you think it was just someone else? I don't know if he was just messing with me, but apparently most of the staff that worked in the basement had similar experiences. The thing is, none of the lights in the basement are manual. If it had been someone else, the lights should have turned on automatically the second they started walking towards me. Also, no one but the kitchen staff was at work that night, so there was no reason for anyone to be in the laundry room because the cook was already in the kitchen when I got there, and my partner for the night showed up late. Not to mention the basement is already pretty spooky. It's very poorly lit, and has creepy paintings from kids, plus it's all concrete and exposed piping. Usually I'm not a person who has ghostly experiences or such, but I do believe that ghosts exist. So since I've never had such an experience, I was really questioning my sanity when I started hearing walking in my room. So, a little explaining. First, my room isn't very big and the furniture makes it seem very small. My bed is in the middle of the room right next to one of the walls. On its left is a wardrobe, and on its right, a nightstand. On both sides of my bed there is very little space, enough for me to go in and out of bed. In front of the bed is my desk and a mounted TV above it, so that leaves a small walkway around my room. So when the walking happened, I was kind of sick. Just a temperature and a weird rash. Nothing that I thought could make me not think straight. Usually I have never been sick to the point where I would act out of the ordinary. One night, as I was trying to fall asleep at around 12:30 a.m., I think I heard this walking in my room, in that space that I explained where there's no furniture, just floor. There, on the left wall, was my door as well, so I would hear this thing walking back and forth from one side of the room to the other, as if it was looking at me or something, and I would even hear the door open or close but very slightly. When I would open my eyes, even slightly, the walking would stop. so when I tried to sleep again, it didn't return. Fast forward to a day or two later and I was sleeping when the same walking noise woke me up at maybe 3 a.m., which, just by the time, spooked me enough as it was. This time the walking could be heard more loudly than the one that happened before. I seriously thought someone was in my room. As in the last time, I just chalked it up to my imagination. I was so scared that it might have been a burglar or just someone. I immediately shot my head up to check my surroundings, and there was nothing. The walking stopped. The opening of the door, it just ceased. When I tried to fall asleep, it returned, but when I looked around once more and tried to sleep again, it stopped. As I said, I've never had a paranormal experience, or if I've had one, I've always found a way to debunk it. More so for my sanity than anything else, so the fact that I had all windows closed in my room, meaning that no wind could have made those walking and opening sounds, really spooked me. Since then I haven't heard it, which is why I thought it must be because of me being sick. After all, I did have a temperature. It could have made me imagine, but as I've never been affected by sickness like that, I seriously doubt it. Before I start the story, I want to first start off by saying that this girl is something that had haunted the first house that I had lived in. After my astral projection involving her, I was never to see her again until my family and I had moved into the farmhouse. I was in 7th grade when this event happened, and I had been seeing ghosts since I was 9 years old, but never really brought it up to my parents in fear of being labeled as that kid. As I approached 22 years of age, I still see ghosts and spirits to this day. This house was unlike anything I had ever lived in. Since I had grown up in the city my whole life, the whole idea of living on a farm was something that really interested me. Now, we weren't actually farmers. We would just live on the property, and the farmers would tend to their land surrounding the property lines of the house. The driveway was off of the highway, about a mile away from town, and the driveway was a gravel road which was 1/3 of a mile long. As we were driving towards the new house, I noticed the grove that surrounded the property. For those who don't know what a grove is, think of a small forest, had a dark feel to it. I started to sweat, and my stomach dropped as soon as we were now in front of the house. I immediately had gotten goosebumps and I wasn't really sure what was going on, especially since I hadn't felt like this in a very long time. In the vehicle, it was my stepdad, my mom, my brother, my sister, and me. Everyone but my sister and I were excited to finally be here, and we all got out of the vehicle to go and explore. The property was massive compared to that of a normal city property, and what I noticed is that it had seemed a little weird being as isolated as it was. Even the grove had no signs of wildlife, not even birds chirping, which really put me in a very uncomfortable mood because it was too quiet. My mom and stepdad insisted that we all go inside together as a family to check it out and see the inside of the house finally. There were 2 entrances to the house, one of which was the main entrance, and another entrance, which, when you came through that way, led into the kitchen. For whatever reason, we entered through the kitchen entrance, and I absolutely lost it mentally when I stepped inside and felt the negative energy. I had to keep it together though, because I wanted to see what it was like, and to give it a shot, as one could say. The kitchen was fairly modernized, and it wasn't in bad shape, but there was something off about this whole thing, and it felt like my mom and stepdad were hiding something from us kids. Everything just seemed negative about all of this, and I couldn't pinpoint what it was. After the whole kitchen ordeal, we went into the first living room. I felt like I was vibrating to an extent, almost as if when you feel your phone vibrate in your pocket, but your phone isn't there. The vibration was felt through my whole body. As a negative vibration, I was not having it. But I wanted to keep it together, and just keep going for the sake of it. What I had noticed, however, is that from the kitchen to the first living room, the vibration had increased in negativity, and only kept increasing as we went into the second living room. Once that had happened, I ran outside onto the deck and started crying. The energy was so dense and so negative. It was so hard for me to handle and keep it together. All I could feel was sadness and despair, anger and malicious intent. The other things, I can't explain. My mom and stepdad came outside to ask what was wrong, and I told them that they wouldn't understand. And I also told them that I was not staying here at this house. I told him this house is nothing but evil. But what's there wasn't going to show themselves right away, because sometimes that is how these spirits work. They tried to give me comfort and saying, if there was evil here, it would have hurt us already. I knew they meant well, but they weren't taking my warning seriously. I told them that we are going to regret ever living here, and with whatever happens, we will never be the same. They both laughed nervously but told me the same thing over and over. And I eventually calmed down and decided to go inside since the sun was starting to set. The next few weeks were fairly quiet. Nothing too crazy happened. I began to really question myself and wondered if maybe I had overreacted and perhaps I was going crazy. Doors would open and close. Orbs and shadows would present themselves. Voices would be heard, and footsteps as well. Children's laughter happened every now and again. I would also wake up with scratches in sets of threes. Sometimes the scratches would cover my entire back and chest. I never told anyone about it, especially not my sister. I didn't want to scare her. And my brother was too young to really connect with this at that point, so I kept quiet, kept observing in silence. What I did begin to notice, though, is that I was the only one who saw these things happening, which made me feel even more uncomfortable because what did that mean for me? Was I supposed to help? Was I supposed to talk back? I never once talked back or asked things out loud to them. What was I supposed to do? Over the next few years, this is how things were. When I was in 10th grade, these experiences began to worsen. To be clear, I did keep a shotgun in my room since I loved to hunt, and I didn't want anyone else to mess around with my gun. I kept a trigger lock on it, and kept my shotgun shells buried in my closet so that everything was spaced out and safe. For some reason, though, I lost my keys to my trigger lock, which was extremely odd because I always kept them near me. I didn't think anything of it. One day, I was home alone because I enjoyed the peace and quiet when everyone was gone shopping, so that I could concentrate on reading books and being mindful. My door wasn't shut all the way, but it wasn't open enough to see through, which is what I liked. I was sitting on the edge of my bed looking through my phone at whatever it was, when suddenly I heard my name being called. Now, I could not figure out whether or not the voice was male or female, and it sounded like it was coming from downstairs. I got up and opened my door, expecting nothing. But then I heard my name called again, but this time, the voice sounded more angry. I shut my door, as it was before, and sat back on my bed. I looked out my window and enjoyed the breeze that blew through because it was so fresh and crisp. Then, my room began to get colder and colder, and the energy that I had felt from the first day at the house came into my room as well. I thought that maybe the weather outside had gotten colder, but that didn't make any sense at all. It was one of those things where you knew that it didn't make sense, even if you couldn't piece it together correctly in your head. Then I noticed that my door began to open slowly, and there was a shadow there. Once I saw the shadow, I blacked out. Mind you, I have no history of blacking out, or anything of that sort. When I woke up, I was sitting in the same spot on my bed, but I noticed that my window was shut and locked, and my door was shut completely. I looked over at my closet, and noticed that the door was open, and all of my things were thrown out, and there were shotgun shells everywhere. It was a complete disaster. When I looked down and something hit my neck. What hit my neck was in fact my shotgun barrel. And I took it out from under me and looked at my shotgun. The trigger lock was off completely and it was off safety, with one loaded into the chamber. I couldn't believe what was happening. So I put the shotgun on the safe, took the shell from the barrel, put the trigger lock back on it, and cleaned up my room. I put the keys for the trigger lock on top of my dresser and went downstairs to get some water and went outside to clear my head. When I had come back inside, I went upstairs and looked at my dresser and noticed that the keys were gone. I'll be honest, that's all I'm going to write for now because I have goosebumps and I'm honestly scared again. I don't mean to chicken out, but I did want to share at least this much with you guys. It still freaks me out at almost 22 years old. I can't believe it. I hope you enjoyed the story. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. This is a continuation of the original farmhouse post. I will try to explain things in greater detail, or to the best of my ability. So by this point in time I am well aware of the property being haunted, so this made me spend more time outside and in the grove because it was a lot more peaceful than being in the house all day. To give some more background of the property, I wanted to do some research back in the day and try to put the puzzle pieces together. When I looked up the property and who had owned it previously, I found literally nothing other than the year it was built, which was around the mid-1930s. The only other piece of information was the appraised house value, which meant nothing to me in the grand scheme of things. I began to dig deeper into the history of it, and the only other piece of information that I had found was that the property that it had been built on had been purchased in roughly 1846. That was all that was out there for this place. It left me even more frightened because without the history of it, I really did not know where to begin. But when I was younger, I just forgot about it and moved on living my life. Back in the day as well, it was also apparently a dairy farm, one with cows and such, but no structure stood to even resemble that. That's just what one of the farmers had told us. Back to the grove now. One day I was exploring the grove because it was something that kept my mind off of the home and what was inside. When I was exploring this particular day, I had come across a few bones. One looked big enough to be a femur bone, and so I held it next to my thigh, and it was the same exact size. I threw the bone because I was thinking, that is too specific. I held another bone up to my forearm, and that too was the same exact size. I really thought this all was fake, like I was being pranked or something, but then again, I was the only one out there. I shook it off and continued to walk around the grove, and I began to notice that I could see shadows wandering around the grove at a distance. They were just black shadows and they never called out, or said anything. I tried to play it off and think that they were just animals or something of that sort, but I knew that they walked and looked like humans. There was no fooling myself in this one, and with the bones too. I knew that there was something much bigger going on than I had yet to figure out. With all of this going on, I did not tell my parents. There was no way I could do that, and I also figured that it might be better if I kept this low-key. There were nights that I would lay in bed relaxing, messing around on my phone, and doing whatever it was that I felt was stimulating enough to keep my mind busy. I had a habit of sleeping against the wall, and this night, I had slept against the wall only to wake up to the sound of knocking right in front of my face. It sounded as if it were coming from inside the wall, and I noticed that my room was extremely cold. I tried to play it off, and think that maybe my parents were having sex and trying to laugh it off, but it wasn't them. The house was eerily quiet, much like the grove was the first day we moved in. I kept listening for the knocks, and noticed the knocks went knock, knock, knock. They only came in sets of threes, and between sets of knocks, there would be a silence, and it would happen again. This went on for about 20 minutes, and then it was over. But then, I heard heavy bootsteps downstairs, and then I heard children's laughter as well coming from downstairs. I thought I was going absolutely insane. I didn't know how to take this, so I just laid in bed until it went away, and left it at that. One day, I went with my stepdad downstairs, and this was my first time down there. A breaker had tripped, so we had to go downstairs to reset it, and I figured I would tag along on this journey. Well, we were walking downstairs, and it was so cold. I mean, we never used the basement for anything, and I'm fairly certain that my stepdad had only been down there a handful of times himself. The basement was in its original condition, and the walls were stones with what I assumed concrete in between them. The flooring was a mix between dirt and concrete, and the basement as a whole had an awful feeling to it. There were 2 rooms in the basement, and in the second room, there were no lights, but the original boiler from the way back in the day still stayed there. My stepdad reset the breaker, and then I noticed that there was a crawl space in the original room of the basement that led somewhere so far back, you had to have a flashlight to even see that far back. Then, it turned both left and right at the end of the way. The only problem with this is that the crawl space was only big enough for a child to fit through. It was creepy to say the least. But we left it at that. My stepdad led the way back upstairs, and I was walking up the stairs. I heard my name being whispered over and over from somewhere down in the basement. I paid no attention to it, and focused on getting back upstairs, where it seemed a little safer than down there. That night I had laid in bed, and I was extremely tired and just wanted to go to bed. I laid on my back and was literally counting the blessings because I was always scared before bed in that place. I want to clarify that this was not sleep paralysis in what I am about to tell you. Please remember that. As I lay on my back, I heard my doorknob start to slowly turn back and forth, but there was no shadow coming from under the door. I already knew that the shit show was about to start, so I just mentally prepared myself. I laid on my back still, hoping I could go to sleep before anything else happens, but then I felt a hand on my chest and thought, fuck me sideways, here we go. Then the hand began to shove itself into my chest, and at this point, I thought I was dreaming, but once I heard my bed begin to creak, I knew it was real. I couldn't breathe because it felt like there was also now a hand wrapped around my throat, and I was actually convinced that this was the end. I couldn't move out of fear and just accepted my fate at that point. Then, it had felt like a knife was stabbing me all over my torso, and it burned like hell too. Somehow in the mix, I was able to roll over onto my back and I thought I was safe, but the stabbing had just continued into my backside, and the hand was now on the back of my neck, holding me down. I was absolutely terrified, but I was also like, fuck it. A few minutes had passed and then it was over. Then I grabbed my phone and looked at the time. It was 3:07 a.m. and I was like, I'm pretty sure the witching hour starts at 3 a.m. I was scared, but I wanted sleep so badly. I began to drift into a deep sleep, and in the middle of me going to sleep, I heard voices downstairs and what had sounded like a girl crying. I figured that it wasn't my time to party right now, and I should just go to bed. The next morning, I had woken up and I looked in the mirror. My chest and stomach, along with my back, were covered in scratches, some of which were in sets of 3s, and some of them had drawn blood since they were so rough, and some were deep enough to do so. I acknowledged what happened, and got dressed for the day, and went about my day as usual. I lived with my best friend for almost 2.5 years. It was about 3 houses and a turn away from a Confederate cemetery. I had to move from my job. I stayed over. And I thought it was just the place, you know? Crazy things would happen. Didn't matter what time of day. When I moved in, I felt like something was there. It wasn't evil or bad, so I left it alone. Anytime something moved or was out of place, I just knew it was Charlie. I don't know how or why. I got that name, but he responded to it. Just felt right. I was sitting at the kitchen table one night. It was about 8 p.m. I was sitting there with my back to the washer and dryer, which was in the back corner of my kitchen. I was just listening to some music, getting ready to go to bed for work in the morning, when the dryer started by itself. It scared the hell out of me because it was so loud. I get up and turn it off and then said out loud, "Stop playing around, Charlie." He did stop for that night, but I felt like someone was laughing at me. A week or so later, I was in the kitchen by myself when I got cold out of nowhere. It was strange. I usually was someone who was always hot. I turned my back and this thing fell off the fridge, but then as I was walking over, I saw with my own eyes my little succulent plant start slowly sliding off the fridge. I was shocked. I didn't make it before it hit the floor and broke. The next time I was home alone, I didn't have to be at work for 2 more hours, and I was reading a book in the living room. Everything was fine till I heard a crash upstairs. I stopped reading and looked up, as I heard something bounce on the floor a couple times, then just stop. I ran upstairs to see what it was, but nothing was amiss, or anything that could bounce like that. Needless to say, I left for work early because I was so freaked out. Charlie would mess with my roommate as well. One night, I was dog sitting for our friend at her house when my roommate texted me. She asked me if I was home because she kept hearing someone walk up and down the stairs, and it sounded like someone was downstairs. I wasn't, and I told her to go check or call the cops. When she went to look, there was nothing or no one. The following week, she dog sat for our friend, and the same thing happened again but backwards. It also sounded like it was walking in the hallway, next to my bedroom door. I didn't go to check. I knew he was messing around. The last 2 things that happened right before I moved, I woke up in the middle of the night for no apparent reason. I wasn't sure, but when I looked over, there was a man in a Confederate uniform. I could see him as clear as I have seen anyone else, except I could see through him. I wasn't really scared as the soldier looked at me. I felt like I knew it was Charlie, but still when I got up to turn my bedroom light on, his eyes didn't follow me. When the lights came on, he was gone. When I woke up the next bright, sunny morning, I really thought it was a dream. I've always had very vivid dreams, but when I got up, I realized my bedroom light was, in fact, on. I was shook. I've experienced many paranormal things, but never a full-body apparition like that, and I hope I never see one again. The last thing, in my room there is a spot on the floor that no matter how light you stepped on it, it would creak. It was about a foot from my bed. One day, it was after all my stuff was packed up. There was nothing in the room except my bed. I was laying down with my back to the door. As I was laying there, playing on my phone, I heard someone walk up the stairs. It was about 4 p.m. I thought maybe my roommates had gotten off work early. I called out and asked her what she wanted for dinner, but I got no reply. I figured she must not have heard me, so I text her and wait for a reply. When I start hearing footsteps out my door, now I think she is just messing with me. I was still pretty freaked out about seeing him, and I thought she was playing on that. The footsteps stopped, and I went back to messing on my phone when I then heard footsteps in my room, and then the freaking creak of that one spot on my floor. I didn't look. Instead, I yelled out, "I'm not in the mood for your shit right now. This is my house." A couple seconds later, my phone dings. My roommate said she wouldn't be home till around 6. I then decided to quickly look over my shoulder. There was no one. The day I left, I told Charlie goodbye and that I hope he finds peace. I went back to visit my best friend about 8 months ago. When I went, I didn't feel him anymore, and I stayed for a week. I was kind of sad but happy to know that he might have moved on to the other side. But I can tell you this, just because I moved, didn't mean the paranormal activities stopped. Charlie was gone, but something else was at my new place. I've always believed that supernatural things exist, but I've never experienced anything even remotely otherworldly until last week. Maybe. Quick background. My office is a listed building, old enough for it to creak whenever the wind blows a little heavily, but I've grown more than used to that after 2 years working here. It's a small, old place that's both cozy and dingy at the same time, but again, I'm used to it all by now. Anyway, last week, my colleagues were both on holiday, and my manager was attending a meeting off-site, which he was going to go straight home from, meaning I was the only one set to be at work that day. I have all 3 keys to the building, one for the outside gate, one for the main doors, and one to stop the alarm from screaming whenever one of us comes in. I usually wash my hands downstairs in the basement where our kitchen is. As soon as I come into the office, make a cup of coffee, and head up to the 3rd floor where all my stuff is. But that day, as I walked down the stairs, as clear as day, someone giggled. "Hello?" From the basement. It wasn't loud, and it sounded like a young woman greeting me like my other colleagues do every morning. Naturally, I freaked out, fell, and twisted my ankle horribly. I scrambled up the stairs and opted to use hand sanitizer for the rest of the day because I refused to return to the basement. I told my uncle about it, who used to work there before, and he couldn't stop laughing because I finally met our 5th colleague. They haven't given her a name, but they all greet her as a joke every day. It would have been nice to know earlier that there was someone else I should say hello to in the morning, before I was scared out of my wits because she said it first. A little backstory. My boyfriend and I had just started dating at the time of the encounter. I had never stayed over at his house up until this point. The house itself is a 200-plus-year-old farmhouse that only him and his father lived in. The upstairs has 2 rooms that mirror each other with one sitting directly above my boyfriend's bedroom. Fast forward to the night I stayed over. It was early December, and he lived about 45 minutes from where I was living at the time. I had the flu, and he insisted I stay the night so he could take care of me. Because night falls faster in winter, and they were calling for a storm on top of me being sick, I decided not to try to drive home. It was around 11 p.m. when we went to sleep after watching movies and taking it easy. Now, my boyfriend's bed has one side that is pushed up against the wall, and normally, I feel more comfortable sleeping in spaces like that. But because I wasn't feeling well, I slept on the outside in case I needed to throw up. At about 2 a.m., I wake up completely unable to breathe and gasping for air. I feel like smoke is pouring into my lungs. As this is going on, there's a dark figure looming over me with hands extended towards me. When I finally comprehend what is happening, I start frantically shaking my boyfriend and repeat, "We have to go." He wakes up panicked, and I'm all freaked out, sweating and crying. He's not someone who believes in the paranormal stuff, so he just brushes it off, thinking I had a fever dream. Once I'm calmed down, I switch sides with him after begging for a few minutes, and manage to go back to sleep. In the morning, I'm sitting at the table with his father drinking coffee. Will, my boyfriend, is collecting firewood. His dad asks me how I like the house. I don't want to be rude, so I just say it's gorgeous. He goes on about how he wishes he had time to fix up the upstairs. Curious, I ask why it needs to be fixed. Oh, a long time ago there was a fire that broke out up there. The room needs a little TLC. After that first night, I was always scared to be left alone in the house. I'd always hear someone walking up there, and it always freaked me out. About 10 years ago, I started working at a steel factory as a regular worker. At first, operating various production lines over the first 3 years. After a couple months, I applied to become a mechanic, because more money. Almost twice what I was making as a regular worker, but more heavy lifting was required. Not a problem for me. 3 years lifting 48 tin bars a day, 50 kilo, approximately each. Kind of built up my arms and legs, but also messed up my back a little bit. But anyway, I started working as a mechanic fixing very, very huge engines, massive cranes, etc. At first it was overwhelming, the amount of work that needed to be done, 12 hours a day with no weekends, 15-day shifts with 4 days off. My stress levels were through the roof. But I had to do it. The money was really good and I was saving to buy my own patch of land and build my house. After 3 years, I was finally able to buy the land and build my home, with some minor financial help from my dad and grandpa. Eventually, one gets used to life inside the factory, taking pills to sleep, feeling depressed and fatigued all the time, and on top of that, losing 10% of my hearing because of the noise the production lines, engines, and all the shit happening inside the warehouse all day, every day, non-stop. I remember the stories the old workers used to tell the new guys about the construction of the entire complex, the death of workers who built the huge warehouses, because no safety regulations were back in the 50s and 60s. Workers who died in various gruesome ways here and there, burned with acid, torn apart by machines, chopped to pieces, impaled, buried alive, crushed by heavy-duty machinery, and even murders. It's a very dangerous environment to say the least. Even today with all the safety regulations and people whose job is to maintain a safety environment, for the workers and punish those who do not follow the rules, accidents, fatal accidents, still happen. Hell, I almost lost an arm on a couple of occasions. Now that I have a desk job, the PTSD kicks in the form of tics and flashbacks. In retrospect, I didn't give a shit when I had accidents working. We used to laugh about it later and move on. Pretty messed up. I'm a supervisor now, and part of my job is going to monthly meetings with all the other supervisors, bosses, executives, to talk about production, productivity, safety, and some other topics regarding the factory and stuff. Part of the courses we take on safety is watching accidents recorded by the CCTV cameras all across the various warehouses and production lines, and analyze what went wrong to fix the problem and minimize the danger. Also to edit the videos to show the workers later in the course we supervisors give them about safety, among other things. And I gotta say, I've seen some pretty messed up accidents. One loose sensibility after seeing a man get torn apart by a machine. Even witnessed how they had to bring a shovel to scrape a man from the floor who got flat crushed by a cargo container. Many accidents occurred over the last 50 years. Nowadays, not so often. But yeah, they do still happen. December 24th, 2017. My birthday. Quite an unusual year for the company. The economy in my country took a huge dump and basically messed up everyone, and the whole factory was shut down for an entire month due to the recession, and most of the personnel were sent home with 70% salary. Only the essential workers were to stay and maintain the equipment in the month the factory was closed, me being one of them. The factory was scheduled to start production again on the 1st of January 2019, but in order to start the machines and production lines after an entire month, it would take a huge effort from the maintenance personnel to tune everything so that the workers do their job properly. So all the maintenance crews were to start working on December 26th. The day prior, I was offered to work the 24th with 500% day salary, plus an extra bonus. I just couldn't say no. Almost a fourth of my monthly salary in a day. Count me in, boss. I did feel bad after accepting because my family was planning to celebrate my birthday and stuff, but I suppose they would understand. Besides, I was going to make it just in time to see the fireworks, so not that bad, I suppose. And here's where the weird stuff starts to happen. It was a weird feeling, going to my usual place of work and not seeing anyone from my usual shift. No workers, no bosses, or supervisors around. Almost eerie. Just me and my partner Felix. Cool dude from the night shift. But for some reason, felt really good not hearing that constant jackhammer pounding in my ear constantly. To be able to work in silence all month was kind of like that all throughout the day. Especially quiet because Christmas and everyone was spending it with their respective families. We were to perform various simple jobs on 3 production lines. Nothing super complex. Nothing that required heavy lifting. Just time. So we figured splitting up would do the job faster. That way we could have a more extended break and just go outside and enjoy the nice summer weather for a while before getting back to it. For communication, we had walkie-talkies to talk between us and other crews in the vicinity, like electricians, supervisors, etc., in case we needed something. I started doing my thing in the first production line, where my dad used to work before retiring. So did I before becoming a mechanic. It taught me the ropes, how to operate and maintain it. So yeah, I was familiarized with the layout. I had to get down to the 3rd basement of this huge complex, change and clean some filters in the maze of pipes, valves, and acid tanks. It took more time finding the right pipe with some makeshift map that I had than the actual job. And keep in mind, this place is not meant to be friendly to navigate. Oh no. You have to crouch, jump, go over, and even crawl sometimes to get to places. And this pipe was a bitch to find. Crouch and jump and fix. Repeat 3 times on other sections of the pipe. All fine until the last one. It was on a section of the basement that was totally dark. Pitch black. All the lights were off. Looked like a horror movie set. Water or acid dripping from the ceiling. Weird metal noises and steam coming out the holes in the pipe. The whole atmosphere changed so much when all the equipment was off, and no deafening sound is coming out of the machines. I just stood there staring at the void for a while. Walked to the light switch, but no use. Didn't work. So I decided to call the electrician crew to fix my problem. They answered telling me that they couldn't do it right now, since they were doing another job far away. That I had to wait a while. Could be 5 minutes or an hour. Since I had my flashlight in my helmet, figured what the hell. It would only take a couple minutes. Bumped my head and legs with the pipes a couple of times, but made it to where I needed to do the job. Started unscrewing the bolts and nuts from a heavy lid to uncover the filter. A couple of minutes later, I've started to hear a very low static sound. Stop unscrewing, looked around. Nothing. Grabbed my handy, and the sound was emanating from it. Put it near my right ear, and the sound was super low, like if you left the TV on at night, and the static sound started, but like 10 meters away from it. Barely hearing it. After a couple of seconds I figured that Felix or someone in my frequency pushed the talk button and held it. So I said, "Hello?" Nothing. So I elevated my voice and said, "Hey, whoever forgot to release the button to speak in the handy better do it now." No response. The sound got a little bit louder, but this time, it sounded like when you switch radio stations too quickly, and the sound would come out choppy and incoherent. After a couple of seconds, it stopped. I wasn't afraid or alarmed at that moment, just wondering what that static noise was. I was about to put the handy back down in my pocket when I heard the voice of Felix coming out of the speaker. "Hey, what's up? What do you need?" And I'm like, "Nothing, why?" And he says, You called me. You said hello and some other stuff. What's going on? I answered, nope, didn't call you. But it's nothing. Talk to you later. Figured I called him by accident or something. Didn't pay much attention to it really and kept doing my job. At break time, Felix and I meet up outside the warehouse to eat lunch and smoke a cigarette. And I told him what happened with the walkie-talkie earlier. He said that I probably pushed the talk button by accident when I was crouched removing the lid, but he couldn't explain why the static and the weird noise happened. He added that it could be the ghost of the mechanic who died there 20 years ago, trying to communicate. And I'm like, really? Did someone die down there? At which he replied yes while laughing at my face, because I looked spooked. And my dad knows this story because he was working there by the time the accident took place. Well, I guess the factory is haunted. But how come nobody ever reported a ghost or something weird in the past 20 years? I mean, a lot of people work there. Somebody had to have had a story. Oh well, I guess. We'll never know. We eat our lunch and talk about some other stuff and proceeded to return to work. Nothing weird happened after that, and I make it just in time to see the fireworks and celebrate my birthday in my parents' house. Good times. But I was exhausted of working non-stop for the last 10 days, like always. My face showed the wear and tear of my job. So we were there with my dad and my grandpa eating dessert, and, just out of curiosity, I asked him about the guy who died down in the basement. My grandpa looked at me and told me yes, it was true. A mechanic named Raul died there in a very gruesome way. He was working on a high-pressure steam pipeline vital to the production line. A number of leaks were reported, and so he was sent to fix the issue. For some unknown reason, Raul went alone. The pipeline was supposed to be secure, the steam redirected to a bypass so the mechanics could work safe. But someone didn't do their job properly, and the steam wasn't redirected, just blocked. When Raul attempted to open the valve to check if steam was indeed going through the bypass, it blew right up in his face by the damaged parts of the pipes at full force, ripping off skin and burning him. But he didn't die quickly. When workers found him, his body was 5 meters away from the leaking steam. He crawled, died from the bleeding in his neck. What a way to go. December 25th. Not going to lie, I was a little bit paranoid about someone dying down there. I do not believe in ghosts or anything paranormal, but I don't mess around with it just in case either. And to go down there with no lights again kind of freaked me out a bit, but it had to be done. I started marching down there with 2 flashlights now, just in case. And my built-in helmet flashlight. And the little flashlight in my pocket. I looked like a Christmas tree by the time I got down there. But the darkness was something else. Mixed with the vapors coming out of the pipes, the flashlights didn't help a lot to navigate down there. Still bumped my head and legs with pipes. As I worked my way around the pipes and stuff, I started to hear a clickety-clank noise. Like if someone was shuffling and moving tools or metal things around. As soon as I got near the valve to replace it, the sound stopped. I didn't pay much attention to it. Heard all kinds of noises every day, so I continued doing my thing, although a bit spooked. All the time I had this feeling of uneasiness, like being watched, but it must be the paranoia and the lack of sleeping messing with me, I thought. At some point, while I was fixing the valve, the sound on my handy started again. The low static noise. Didn't pay much attention to it at first, but it was getting louder slowly. I picked it up to shut it off. Listened to it for a second. It was the choppy radio sound like... At that moment, I started to feel a pain in my right ear, like a deep puncturing pain followed by what I can describe as a high-pitched vibration. It makes me drop my tools and the handy to the ground. Couldn't hear anything and the pain was unbearable. It only lasted like 2 or 3 seconds. When it was calming down, something hit me really hard in the helmet, but thanks to it, no harm was done to my head. At that moment, I was like, nope, screw this, I'm out, and just dropped all my stuff and quickly got up and moved as fast as I could. As I'm traversing the tight space in my hurry, I stumbled with something and dropped to the ground. Flip around and saw at a distance a dark shape kind of moving ever so slowly. As I was getting up, I tried to adjust my eyes to the darkness. Meanwhile, my caveman brain was screaming, "Get the fuck out, get the fuck out." And so I did. Didn't run, but walked really fast upstairs. When I got to the surface, I was feeling lightheaded. Like my blood pressure was getting low or something. I sat down inside a cabin where all the control panels are, drank some water, and just thought about what happened. Damn, why did I freak so much over nothing? I thought. I was trying to pull myself together, telling myself it was nothing. Ghosts don't exist. My brain is just being an asshole about me not getting sleep in the past 2 days. That's all. Just gotta push through this, and we're golden. 5 days off with a lot of money in my pocket, but I have to fix the light problem first. I picked up the phone and called the electrician supervisor, argued with the guy for a couple minutes, and he sends a guy to restore power. After a while, the light was on again. I make my way downstairs again to finish my work and pick up my stuff. When I was finishing, I noticed that in the ground below some pipes was a rusty wrench with blue tape in the middle. Looked up and figured that this was the thing that hit me in the head earlier, and that I was lucky to be wearing my helmet. I picked up my stuff, finished all the work. Nothing weird happened after that. 2 days later, I was at home, getting some rest with the help of the sleeping pills. I had a nightmare. Can't remember anything about the dream, but I do remember feeling pain in my ear and a vibration inside. I was conscious and unconscious, if that makes any sense. Couldn't move, but aware. Feeling fear and a high-pitched noise started piercing my ear with the vibration just like before while I was working. Just an awful feeling. I didn't sleep after that until the next day. New Year's Eve passed, and I figured there was something wrong with my ear, so I made an appointment. A couple of days later of bad sleep, and just feeling like shit overall for working non-stop, I went to the doc. He did some checks on me, examined my ear and other stuff. He did not find anything too unusual, just remarking my loss of hearing and attributed the high-pitched sound to my tinnitus, since I work in a very unhealthy and hazardous place. In the days that come, I've experienced nightmares, and on some occasions the sound and vibration in my ear. Still no recollection of what I was dreaming about. Just fragments of nonsensical stuff. Later on, I found out that I was experiencing sleep paralysis. Fast forward a couple of months later, July 2018. Winter, freezing in the factory, doing some extra hours in the night shift since they needed some help because a guy was sick, and I needed the money. It was my last day and then some well-deserved rest. I was chilling in my restroom waiting for my partner to come back, and suddenly got a call to do a job in the basement. A leaking of acid was reported, and I had to go and fix it. Nothing too serious, just some dripping of sulfuric acid. Patch it up, and done. The problem was the lighting down there wasn't perfect. Blinking lights, some were off. I had to pull out my flashlight and examine the leaking pipe. It was way up in the ceiling. Lucky for me, there was a portable stair nearby. Grabbed it and positioned it close enough that I could work. Before that, I made sure to isolate the leaking pipe so I wasn't going to get burned. Did the thing, and out of nowhere I felt a push on my shoulder that made me lose balance and almost fall to the ground. Stood still for a moment looking around for people. Nothing. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shape just for a split second, and as soon as I focused my view in the spot, nothing. The shift ended at 6 a.m. The next day I was going to my parents' house instead of my home because we were going to make an asado, a barbecue, with the family at night. So I figured I'd just go and sleep all day in my room and wake up to prepare the meat and stuff. The company bus dropped me 3 blocks away. Still dark, cold, empty streets. Not a sound, not even wind. Just the sound of my footsteps and the crunching of leaves on the ground. After 1 minute of walking, I start to hear another set of footsteps behind me, almost at my same speed. I noticed it because the crushing of leaves. My heart started pounding. Am I going to get robbed or stabbed? I thought, because I was robbed 2 times now while returning to home at night from work. But this time, I had a knife in my pocket. I started to walk faster. Whoever was behind me did the same, gaining on me. Adrenaline started kicking in heavily. Fight or flight mode. At 1 block away from my parents' house, almost running, breathing heavy, picked up my knife, turned around quickly letting out the air in my lungs and nothing. I could hear the blood pumping in my head. Felt dizzy for a second. Heart beating fast, but calming down slowly. I think I stood there for 5 minutes until I gained back my sanity. I remember thinking that I wasn't crazy. I heard the footsteps. I felt like I was watched. Caveman brain felt fear, shaken. Resumed walking and got home. I don't know what it was. Don't care to find out. The next day I applied to a desk job as a supervisor. Did the courses and here I am. With more responsibility but not having to do heavy lifting. Not to mention going to dark, creepy places again. Sleeping well. Doing some therapy. Nothing else has happened since. I have a handful of paranormal experiences in my life. I would like to eventually share them all. However, this was my first experience and it really scarred me growing up. I haven't told many people as it's kind of hard to just bring it up that you have seen a ghost before in normal conversation. Nevertheless, I wanted to share my experience to see what y'all think. I was 12 years old at the time, and my parents were in the early stages of a fairly nasty separation. There was about a month-long span where my brothers and I knew something was up. My parents would have hushed arguments late into the night, with the occasional outburst. These arguments normally ended with my mother leaving to stay at a friend's house for the night. One night during this period, I woke to the sound of one of their brief outbursts. I immediately noticed it was significantly darker in our room than normal. We always slept with our bedroom door open, and the hallway bathroom lights on. However, tonight my door had been shut. This wasn't completely out of the ordinary during this time since my parents would close our door when they were arguing in an attempt to not wake us. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed the silhouette of a figure in front of my closed bedroom door, the best I can describe it as, and bear with me here, is that it was human-shaped, dark, and gray. It was semi-transparent and was maybe 5'4" or so. The figure was definitely human-shaped but had no details. I couldn't make out a face or any features. It seemed to have the shape, or maybe the feel of being a woman. Its transparency increased towards the knees, leading to no feet. Kind of like your stereotypical Casper ghost, without the little ghost tail. It stayed completely still, but also seemed to be moving within itself, maybe like a swirling mist. I could make out a definite outline, or figure, that I knew was abnormal. I was mortified. I stayed frozen in my bed for what seemed like forever, keeping my eyes locked on whatever was in my room. It wasn't going away. I felt like it was staring right at me the whole time, and was aware that I saw it. I could still hear my parents' hushed argument in the kitchen, and decided getting to them was my only option for safety. However, this thing in my room was between me and them. Honestly, I do not know what the hell I was thinking, but I made a run for it. To this day, I can still vividly remember running as fast as I could straight at the figure, bracing for impact with it, watching it vanish as I went through it, and slamming straight into my bedroom door, which is a little humorous looking back at it. I regained my composure, opened my bedroom door, and sprinted to the kitchen. By the time I reached the kitchen, my mom had just left and my dad was shutting the garage door. I really can't remember what I told him, but I know I didn't tell him what had just happened. I'm pretty sure I just said I had a nightmare and wanted to sleep in his bed with him that night. He agreed, and we went down the hallway to his room. I remember clutching onto him as we passed my bedroom, and him asking what was going on. The rest of the night was uneventful. My parents officially separated about a week later, and for the next couple of months, I had an extremely rough time sleeping at my dad's house. I would wake up in the middle of the night frequently, and would stare at my doorway watching for the figure. Most of the time when this happened, I would run to my dad's room and get in bed with him. I remember him asking what was going on, but I wouldn't tell him. I always just said I was scared. I'm sure he chalked it up to a child struggling to deal with divorce. I'm 27 now, and think about this experience from time to time. I told my parents about that night a few years ago, and they both, who have each had their own unrelated paranormal experiences during their lives, are open to the possibility that I truly did have a paranormal experience that night. My dad a little more so than my mom. Anytime we have talked about that night, she gets a little weird and says I could have also dreamt the whole thing. However, I know what I saw. Upon further reflection, I really don't think that it was a negative being. I was scared at the time, but never felt like it wanted to hurt me. I think I was more scared of not knowing what it was, and knowing that it wasn't normal. Sometimes I feel like it could have been a relative, maybe my grandmother, who had passed away that was watching over my brother and I while our parents were going through a divorce. Regardless of what it It really changed my life, and I have always wanted to share this experience. I hope you all enjoyed. Like a lot of people here, I've had several interactions with the paranormal throughout my life. There are a couple that stand out to me more, that still give me chills when I think about them. This is one of those encounters. This happened when I was a sophomore in college. I'm 31 now. I had a roommate, we'll call her Chris. I don't recall anything out of the ordinary happening that day. No seances or Ouija boards. We'd only been in the dorm a month or so. The room was longer than it was wide, with a door at one of the narrow ends and a window straight across at the other narrow end. My bed was up against the wall right next to the window, and my roommate's bed was against the wall next to the door, diagonal from me. At some points early in the morning, 2 or 3, I woke up suddenly to someone screaming my name in my ear. I was sleeping on my side, facing the window. The scream caused me to pop up onto my elbow immediately, still facing the window. I caught my breath for a minute and told myself I must have heard something coming from outside. I rolled over to my other side, again propping up on my elbow so I could grab my water bottle from my desk, which was next to the head of my bed. That's when I noticed my roommate standing across the room next to her bed. Now, I was still groggy and blurry from just waking up, and while there was some light coming through the window, her side of the room was pretty dark, but I could see clearly enough that it was my roommate. She was just standing there, facing me, arms crossed and slightly hunched over, shaking. It was the kind of posture you take when it's really cold. I immediately become concerned and prop myself up higher with my hand. I asked if she was okay. She didn't say anything, but started slowly walking toward me, still with arms crossed, hunched over and shaking. When she was about halfway to my bed, I asked again, "Chris, are you okay?" And then I saw her roll over in her bed, through whatever was walking toward me. I sat straight up and screamed her name. She sat straight up and slapped the light switch, which was right next to her bed. When the light went on, the thing walked toward me, vanished. She was pretty annoyed with me for waking her up, but when she saw how shaken I was, she offered to leave the light on for the rest of the night, which I quickly agreed to. I can still remember it all so vividly. It took me a while to feel comfortable sleeping in there again, and I refused to stay in it if she wasn't there. A few weeks later, Chris woke me up in the middle of the night, frantically shaking me, saying something screamed her name and clapped next to her face. She finally believed me. We had a witchy friend smudge the room, and nothing happened after that.